Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the planning board meeting, July 9th, 2024. I just want to say to the public, if you need an agenda, they're right on the tables. Okay, want to start with the public hearing? Is Linda on? Linda? Is she on? Can I get a roll call, Linda?
I do see Linda. I want to admit everybody. She's joining now.
She's joining now. Linda, are you present? May I get a roll call, please?
She's still joining. Linda's the secretary. She's doing great. Oh, Linda.
Okay, Jean is gonna do the roll call.
All credit, all credit. Say
Hi.
Mark. Round the mark. Linda.
Hi.
No.
Hi.
I'm telling you. Yeah, change that. That's our team. You said the chair.
Hi.
Young.
Yeah.
Then, upper form is not able to attend tonight. Vicky are returning. Is here.
Okay, let me start. May I have a motion to open the public hearing for 6-.
I make motion.
Who's second? All in favor? Aye.
Can I just ask this, Linda? Linda, can you speak on the mic for a second to make sure that we've got a good connection and you can, you're taking minutes?
Yes, Randall.
Yeah. Okay, all right, this is for 6:12, planning board have any questions or comments they want to make about 6:12? Public? Any? Is the applicant?
I'm online. Hi, it's Walter. We are still answering Christian's very good list of storm questions, and we'll be back next month, hopefully with final everythings.
Okay, Walter, is next month or the month after? When would you like to be postponed?
You know, Christian, I could ask you where we are. Pat says that he's had an initial review with you and that we're in good shape. I don't want to embarrass myself in public with your answer, but should we go for 1 or 2 months?
Well, and Walter, this is Crystal Hines speaking. I know that once you and Christian have everything resolved, that Victoria and I are going to discuss the legal docs.
Okay.
2 months or one? Next month?
It's up to Pat. When he get everything finished.
Well, can we get on the schedule and if we're not ready, we'll just say, let's go another month next month? Always nice to say hi.
Yeah, that's good. All right, so we're gonna postpone the.
Continue, well, first, let's make sure anyone knows here in public.
There's no comments from the public,
Brandon, there's someone online that has to comment.
Let me see if any hands are raised.
Okay, 13.
I do not see any hands raised, so I would say no.
We're continuing.
okay, nobody. So can I get a motion to continue this public hearing for 612 Hudson Avenue until next month, August 13th?
You make a motion. I'll second. Second the motion.
All in favor? Okay, let's vote. Can I get a motion to open the public hearing for 735 Columbia Street?
Motion. The public hearing for 735 Street.
Second, all in favor? All right, it's 735 here?
Yes.
Okay, so. I just want to inform you that you have to finish your escrow.
Okay.
And your screen time.
You have a balance of $109.54. A bill with one day payment to $1,563.75. So right now we need $1,673.10.
Yeah, before we start, we will make a motion to you guys to finish the escrow. So they can know and get out and. Release. Okay, can I get a motion to? Can I get a motion? We're gonna move a motion that 735 are shown to the escrow, because right now they're really negative, but she didn't submit the bill this month. So, right, so that.
Motion to refresh the escrow.
What amount will be right now, they'll tell me.
Right now it's $1,673.49 in the negative. And then it's very, because it's not further with June, the latest one will be. I would go with
Does she have a approximation? What the bills fund is?
I mean, I know it'll be very hard for June, but it takes to get through the end of the project.
Okay. But you gotta think about not coming back to my month or so. We had a meeting with guys.
Yes.
So that's, but you've done something, right?
Yes. You want to kind of walk.
So let's say, how about? I like the 80s. Well, 5,000 are not big for the end of the process. So you feel the next to the end of the building. Able to deal with that, and the thing is, not real. Yeah, it's because see what happens now is that they're not paying, so that they're not. Yeah, you guys all understand that, that's what okay. So let's think of amounts, please. I'm gonna put out. I hate to say it, I'm gonna put out 20,000.
You made the motion, you want to check to figure it out. I do get the 5.
It will not.
They're getting one out here, so they don't have to be back.
That's what you think, that's what this team, like, so this is real, like, and constantly in with you, with the sub, okay, so you don't want to keep coming back. And learn how to. Okay. So we got Susan recommending 10. Okay, so can I get a motion to revoke that over $10,000?
I'm making a motion.
All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, you will get a resolution for that.
Okay.
Okay. Next to this.
Will do.
All right, so now we're gonna have it presented. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Charlie Gottlieb, Whiteman, Osterman, and Hannah. I'm land use counsel for the applicant, which for purposes of this evening, we'll call Little Dev's Oasis. Here, the project, as you know, to renovate an existing building into a restaurant and event space. We were previously before you in April, I believe. It was either April or March, I think it was April. We then received some consultant comments from Barton and Judas. We wanted to take our time in responding to those comments. We recently made a submission to get on this meeting, and we received even more comments from Barton and Judas, engineering comments mainly, that we are working to address. Christian and Teresa, you guys were so kind to have a work session with us, which was incredibly helpful. Walk through those comments. We will be making a submission in the coming weeks for the August meeting that will address those comments.
Okay.
We just wanted to talk about a few of them this evening. Go through a few of the project, not changes, but items that we've done so far to address those comments.
Did everybody get a chance to look at Christian's comments? I think the second one. Okay, good.
So one of the things I just wanted to bring at the forefront of your minds was we submitted back in March. That because we are only adding 1,000 square feet of gross floor area here, we're actually a secret type 2 action. So we are, you know, in our view, exempt from the secret process. I've spoken to your counsel about that. And you know, certainly I defer to her to give you the advice there. The public hearing on this is closed. And we had several months of public hearings with minimal, if not, I believe it was closed in April. Because we were all set and ready to go for
Yeah.
It wasn't those.
Oh, okay, I must have my notes wrong from the April meeting, but I thought we, well,
That's what you're doing next.
right,
I think it was the.
well, well, regardless, I do think we can close it, then if it is your view that it's still open. And I say that because there are no substantial changes to the building or project layout. The comments we have now relate pretty much just to engineering, details on the plan, some drainage and grading, and confirming some items on the plan. There are a few things in the comment letter that we received that we would like to make conditions of the approval. Not conditions of the approval that require the building department to review and to opine, but receiving approval with certain items being reviewed by your attorney and your engineering consultants prior to the chair signing the site plans. So we'll walk through a few of them, and I'll have Jen kind of talk about the site plan a little bit, but one is we do realize we do need existing easement agreements for the hotel property here. We are in contact with the hotel. My office is drafting those agreements. Certainly Victoria would review those agreements to make sure they are sufficient prior to any recording. Jen's going to talk about because I'm not the person to talk about an SSDS design, but she will talk about that design related to ensuring that there are no contamination issues.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
What is the easement agreement that you are gonna need for what purpose?
So there are, we'll need a license agreement for some work. So grading work that'll be done on the hotel property. So because construction is in this vicinity, to access that vicinity, we might have to cross the property line. We're also connecting to utility lines in this area, and those will require easement.
And so I think there was also some removal of features on the meters. Just for the board, a license is a temporary authorization for a single purpose. So it might be a license agreement for construction that only lasts, you know, a few weeks or a month or two.
I can see
Whereas
you.
it's permanent and runs with the year.
Let's see here.
Are you looking, you're gonna stop everything until they're finished?
Yeah, so anything that's continuous, like the utility connection.
Wait, I don't think.
Sorry, they just can't hear online.
Oh, sure.
Well, two people are saying, but I can see the audio going out. Let me just see. Check on my own. phone.
Sorry.
Comments that they can't hear us.
Maybe you guys need to be.
Oh, I'm hearing from someone who's on there saying that they can only hear us on this side of the
Yeah,
microphone.
come close. Come up. Yeah, that's.
No, but they can hear us, but not, is what I've been told here. They can only hear Charlie and us on this side.
I know the air conditioner has been a problem in public meetings for background noise.
So.
Yeah, let's-
Move it over?
Yeah. Well, we can't.
Well, yeah.
They can. Yeah.
Space, I think this is the maximum amount. I don't know where the mic is on this. All right. All right. Everybody, please speak up. Please.
Perfect. Something else that I've been notified by the people online was that if we could repeat any questions that are sent to us so that they can hear it clearly in the short recording.
Okay, my first question was, what was the,
Yes, what was the variance? What was the-
yeah, what was the easement, the hotel, or they agreed with the hotel?
So the question was, what are the easements that are needed from the adjacent property? And what your counsel was explaining is there might be a need for a license and an easement. A license being it's a temporary permission to do work on an adjacent property that you don't own. So there are some features here that Jen will point out that do need to be removed, and they share the property line. So a license to remove those allows us to go on that property, remove those items. The easement agreements are where there's continuing use of an
Yes,
adjacent property, and so those will be the utility lines. At the top of my head, I forgot what we were connecting to. earlier.
catch basin here that we can.
so will you also have equipment on that property? You know, like coming into your property to do things on your property, will you be using that property for that?
So there will not be using the property, from my knowledge, for any storage of construction
Okay.
materials or anything like that.
Even.
This will just be- And I'm using very
Yeah,
lawyer terms here, but if you need to bring an excavator on and, you know,
so you
take
would
it off.
need an agreement or something like that. from that.
That's what the license agreement is
Okay.
for. A license agreement would allow them to have temporary access over the neighboring property for purposes of the construction.
That one actually, is licensed, so the hotel doesn't give out their license.
Yes.
They do?
Yes. It's the property owner.
That will give you the permission.
Yes.
You say license. right?
It's licensed because it's in writing,
Okay.
They're gonna have it in writing.
Okay,
but it's gonna be a temporary nature. So we're not telling the hotel forever, they have to allow these people to go on their property.
right,
We're saying if you're gonna build this as planned, you can't do it without permission from the hotel. So the hotel is either gonna say yes or no.
so you've already made contact with hotel.
We're in the process of doing so. My office is drafting those
Okay,
agreements.
so you haven't.
And when we negotiate with the adjacent property owner and they're satisfied and we're satisfied, that's what I'll send it to this board for review.
And the people on the other side, no, you don't need to do that with them also, because I know you have the hotel on one side and another, owner on the other.
Not to my knowledge, it's just the hotel side.
No,
And there will also be for refuse access. There'll be a use for
on
that.
that side,
So this was in one of Christian's comments about how the truck will need to potentially do a little 90-degree turn or have a little bit of turning radius here, so they will go on into their parking lot space. And so that is something that we are.
so that's.
Is that gonna be your license?
That's an easement.
And you're gonna get all this from the hotel.
Yep. One of the other things that we wanted to talk tonight is construction sequencing. We brought our site contractor, Nick, I'm sorry, I forgot your last name.
Zakos.
Zakos, that's right. To talk about construction sequencing, we will provide somewhat of a plan with the realization that construction sequencing always changes and it will be in collaboration with the building department. But Nick is advised with the type of construction, the amount of construction, the size of the property, all construction equipment, sequencing and preparations will be done on the site.
You'll be able to do that?
Yeah, we have about, it's hard to imagine from these drawings, because right now it's all empty. We have close to 10,000 square feet behind the fence, and that fence basically forms or comes from the back of the property.
Okay.
A little over 3 of that is in the empty warehouse, but just the other 7 is plenty for a construction project of this size, staging equipment, materials.
Okay.
If we need to bring gravel, we have 2 driveways, we can get directly back into there, dump materials. So I think from a logistics perspective, we're in a good place to never have to store anywhere else except within that fence, which is good for liability and everything else.
And your office is down the street, so we don't have a need for like a construction trailer.
Correct.
Plan that says that, John.
Put that right, yeah.
Thank you.
Let's see what else. So there were also comments about compliance with the fire code, compliance with the city plumbing code. I believe Jen, our project engineer, is gonna be in contact with Craig, who is also the fire marshal for the city, not to issue a fire code compliance checklist, because that's done at the building permit stage, but essentially to just say this design is an approvable design for the fire code.
From a site plan.
As long as it spells out those conditions, like you don't meet the requirements for the access or the FEC.
Well, or the 15 exception because of the sprinklers, right? But we will communicate that, right?
And then a traffic control plan related to any work that'll be done in the right of way. That was a comment that was made. Again, I believe we can put something together like that, but it is always subject to change depending on what happens during construction.
Yeah, that's a
Yeah, I mean, that's,
traffic area. You can typically just pull the DOT traffic control plans and you throw them on there.
yeah, we've got stock templates. You know, it isn't a DOT road there. It is owned by the city. So, you know, with any changes, we would coordinate directly with DPW.
And then the last major item we wanted to discuss this evening was comments on the sewer and stormwater report. I know this is an ongoing saga of sewer extension permits in the city of Hudson. A consent order was entered into by the DEC and the city of Hudson, kind of spelling out what is required of applicants. There are several comments on the report that we submitted to this board. But we were curious, is the sewer extension permit something that we are dealing with Delaware Engineering and the Department of Public Works, or is that with Christian, your office?
It's not with me, it's through DPW. So you'll apply with them, I think it's through DEC, so the application is DEC. And we'll have. It will be a condition of. And today we're gonna discuss when does that happen, you know, what, how does it affect our report? That's what well, that's, yeah, that's what they said, but how does that affect our report? We have to wait until we get it. Oh, it'll be a condition on it. Okay,
We won't be able to sign anything.
until it's done, okay, right, that was a question I was asking. Now I'm gonna ask you a question, when we were meeting, there was a problem with your grade, the building was 150 something in the.
So
Did you fix that?
we're working on cleaning up the grading.
Okay.
So, you know, we don't dispute that, and we'll come back with some more coordinated plans. But with respect to the engineering report, Christian, you had quite a lot of comments on just, you know, how we were calculating, how we were confirming adequacy. And so is that what you're saying, you would defer that post?
That's all gonna be in there. I'm gonna wanna see that it's broken out as far as the calculations. I'll review that.
So, but you just said you wanted to defer the review of the engineering report and the sewer extension permit.
No, the sewer extension permits through the DPW.
Right.
I review the sewer report that's prepared for this board. To make sure the capacity, and that way when Rob gets it, he looks at it and says, all right, here's the capacities. He knows.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is that the plan is for the planning board engineer to be doing the review of the report before it goes to the DPW?
Correct, and then there's a separate permit through DEC, sewer extension permit, ready to be applied by DPW and the city of Hudson. to extension.
Okay. So then if that's the case, I think the one thing I wanted to clarify with you, there were a number of questions about peak hourly. And so I did confirm with, the DEC and with Delaware that the sewer extension permit is gonna be evaluated on the basis of gallons per day. And capacity wise, hydraulically, we're confirming peak, max peak. So the peak hourly is not a super significant value, I think, in the grand picture of the sewer extension.
The peak hourly is used to design your system, make sure it's sized and handled. So if an 8-inch pipe can handle it, that's peak hourly. And that's per 10 state standards. Bring in their guidelines. That is a factor with it.
Okay. We can take a closer look at that.
And I think if you look at the notes that I put on there, it's just gonna reduce your. It's not gonna increase the flows. I'm actually trying to help you out.
Yeah, I get that.
And that's gonna affect when you get into your fees, if the charter.
But that's the thing is I'm saying they were planning to evaluate in gallons per day rather than hourly
And that's in there still,
for the fees.
yeah,
Right.
yeah. The peak is just more for designing pipe itself.
Okay.
Not for your gallon per feet.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
All right. We. So it sounds like we plan, so is that something that we could have additionally approved though? The report, right?
To your satisfaction, before we submit to the Department of Public Works.
Yeah, but I don't think there's a reason that you couldn't have it back made. You know, I gave you the calculations.
Well, I mean, I think it is important to appreciate the fact that, you know, some clients don't have funds released until they receive a conditional approval. This is a lot of front end work at risk by the client. So that is one of the reasons we're really pushing to get that approval, so they can be assured that, you know, the project is likely to move forward and they can pay me to do that much other work.
That's a discussion. How, you know, what level of condition they want to put on.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is one of the main things we want to understand today, so that we can focus our efforts on what you really need to see in order to issue a conditional approval, and what items can be tabled for later, so that we can make sure that, you know, we can. And that was a main goal for me, sorry.
I don't think we're there. I don't, but it's, you know, I apologize if it delays your funding, but.
Well, the only thing I'll say is, I think we're over a year in review now for this project.
It was even here last month.
Well, that's because we were, so, right, over a year, at the April meeting. I specifically remember the then engineer, also from Barton and Vigils, saying. The stormwater sewer report, that's not us, that's not the planning board, that's the Department of Public Works. And now we're hit with all these comments. It is a qualified opportunity zone business, which is designated by the city itself. So if certain things aren't hit construction wise by October, it's dead. And so we are now, I mean, we're not talking about an Amazon distribution center here, right? We're talking about rehabilitating an existing old auto repair shop into a restaurant and a beneficial use for the city. So things that can be pushed into a condition of approval so that we can meet those tax incentives and the project can continue to really beautify this current, you know, vacant piece of property. I think it's an important factor to think about.
Okay, well, you said October, right?
Correction, it's actually December.
I'm just, we can, so
So one, we did talk about this a little, and we've already agreed that the easements, the license agreements, those can be made conditions, we can deal with that later. We talked about the plumbing and design, you're only confirming it's something conceptually includable with this plumbing, you're not fully defining it.
yeah, so I have no problem with that. There was a list of comments on there. It was a pretty extensive.
Yeah, maybe I should clarify, we're not trying to get that conditional approval right now. What I'm trying is to have
guidance from you guys, where I should really focus our efforts in the next like 2 weeks before we have to resubmit to you, so that at the next meeting, we can get that conditional notice, so that I'm focusing on what is absolutely necessary for you to issue that, and I might be tabling other things for after the conditional approval, so we have.
I mean, I would say the site plan has to be right on paper and make sense, so, you know, you can't have grades that don't match.
Right, I don't dispute the, yeah, we wanna do some cleanup of the
Needs to be
grading.
figured out. Again, like I said, that engineering report, you know, I gave you the number, just plugging the numbers in the report, that's not a huge item. So I don't see why that delay you getting back in front of me with a set of plans and report into it.
And then give the board the construction phasing plan with the additional note we talked about. From modifications to describe in future. And can I, when we come back, I don't know, for me, could you bring back what is gonna look with all these changes, all these are the good things, could you bring us to see how it's gonna look?
So that was in our March 23rd submission.
I know, bring it back so we can see. I don't. So there's been no changes. There's been no
No
changes.
changes.
Nothing?
Not to the architecture or the exterior, no, we're now really just talking about engineering reports.
Buttoning up details, you know, it'll look this way, it'll be this percent, this is how it should.
I remember the outside. Just see.
We can certainly resubmit it.
Yeah, that's just so. Do you guys remember what it looked like? Yeah. I looked at the event.
So, Jen, it sounds like if we can come up with a checklist for you, so you can concentrate on that the next few weeks. I'm also sensitive, I appreciate the financing and funding. Is the escrow that is due currently, is that a challenge for you right now, or is that gonna be satisfied? Because that will affect the process altogether.
You're speaking to the escrow that you mentioned tonight, going to pay to the planning board?
Right.
That we can manage that. Okay.
One page,
Yes,
that
we
was
got you.
a hardship, okay. So I think Christian addressed some of the things. Are there other questions you have in mind that you want to specifically nail down for you to make the best? No.
Well, I mean, we can talk about the SSDS, but I think it's a non-issue because after you provided some additional clarification on the comment, we actually discussed internally and we are still proposing an SSDS. Detailed design of which would be provided at building permit phase.
That's fine.
We'll just note it on the site plan.
And it'll just say a comment that
Right.
you gotta provide this.
Yeah, so I don't think that's really an issue.
I didn't know where the comment came from, that's why I was kind of like.
Yeah, it was helpful, thank you.
Right.
Yeah, thank you for that.
We've been here so long, it's changed.
Okay. I think what could happen and what might be helpful is if we are headed in the right track for our next submission, which I think we are with all these clarifications. If you advise your council to start preparing a resolution, and then that way we at least have a list of conditions that we can discuss at the next meeting. I'm not saying vote on it, right? We would love you to vote on it. But at the next meeting, we could have a resolution prepared that just has the conditions, so we can start talking about what the conditions are after Christian reviews our recent submission,
For our next submission.
next submission.
I think that's kind of what we're doing right now, as well as what we need to finish for the next meeting.
So, right, it's not, you don't want me to spend hours writing a 9-page conditional resolution. Because you have done the comments, so we've got to get that balance, get your submission in, and then. We'll start.
Get as many of those knocked off. And then we can discuss, you know.
Please, do you apply with the.
Was there anything in Christian's recent review that don't agree to me?
I mean, I know that we talked about a few things, at the previous meeting, but I think we've resolved those questions. I really think that we're at a point where it's just the volume of work being asked at this stage of the process. And we're just trying to figure out how to move forward and get into real design, because, you know, what we haven't been released on is actual design of the whole site, right? Because we have to get through planning to be assured that certain things won't change and we won't have to repeat work, right? And so getting just general layout and concept approved really helps us feel assured. I'm not gonna have to go back to the drawing board and redo certain things. And build, I don't want it.
Forget about it, she has everything. I don't think my computer was able to open up on this side.
Could you repeat what you're saying? I'm so sorry.
I don't think my computer was able to open up the renderings, that's why I couldn't
Oh,
remember.
we showed them on the screen, the
Yeah.
our architect
Okay, well,
while
she has everything, so I can always see it, so you don't ignore that,
Okay.
okay? Yeah, I have everything.
Were there any other questions from the planning board over here that you
I
guys?
just, this is probably minor in the grand scheme of the other things you're working on, but the landscaping and planting plan. I know that there was an easement question, number 3 under that, any concerns there? I think it was recommended it should be removed.
You're speaking, I believe, about this quite decrepit planter here. So currently full of trash. Like happens every time I go by there. So it needs to be taken down. It's cracked. It's frankly, you know, doesn't look great and isn't good for us. So we do need to speak to the neighbor to take this part of it down here, which you can see is just across their property line. And so that is what we wanted to include in the easement process.
So that's part of the neighbors. Is that one that's already belongs to you, or it is theirs?
So it's really interesting. It's this very old
Right,
planter
I
that's
see, I know it, yeah.
Yeah.
So, okay, so, but it belongs to TJ, but it's on their property.
Part of it belongs to them.
No one's claiming it.
You mean it wasn't like this years ago?
And in your easements, did you seek permission to be able to adjust that, change it or modify it?
That's what we're doing right now. We're drafting those and then we'll send them to their attorney. And then a couple rounds of back and forth and then we'll send it to you folks.
Okay. Do you have a timeline on that? You think that will be accomplished if you want to receive them?
So I imagine we'll have an update. And I imagine I'll be able to send your council a draft of it. But typically with easements in front of this board, it's, you know, we can't get the plan signed until your attorney has reviewed the easements, agrees with the easements, and they're on their way to be recorded with the county.
But you had verbal dialogue with St. Charles?
We have with it turns out the person we're speaking to is no longer with the company, so we're moving on to the next person.
So no, we haven't.
So it started with the try to find the third.
So you've had no communications with them, whether it's you or not?
We had prior communications with someone who unfortunately left the company and wasn't actually able to speak to it in the way that we thought they were.
Were they favorable or unfavorable?
Favorable, yeah. Mhm.
Did they relay their favorability to the neighbor? Just asking.
And if you could show those easements, even if they're just temporary, you know, they're placeholders on the plan.
Okay, do we have any more questions from the board?
No, the only question I have is for Jen and team. Are you clear, Jen, of what you want to accomplish over the next 2 weeks, or do you want additional clarity?
Well. It seems as though we've prioritized the list to exclude final easements, but not really anything else has been expressed, or I guess the engineering report would be a conditional approval, that's what I'm hearing. And so we can focus on the grading and drainage, fire code, lighting. We already kind of worked on the fix the lighting, that was almost done. So, you know, it's not as prioritized as I had hoped, but but you know, maybe once we get through the next couple weeks, the remaining ones that seem just kind of fine tuning at that point.
And as a planning board member, what I heard, and everybody can correct me if I'm wrong, I heard at least 3 things that the board was hoping that you would have for the next meeting. One was site plan accuracy, the engineering report, especially with this original information, and the construction plan were the key things. I did hear the chairperson talk about the visual changes, but you said none were made since March. So, but you did say that you would be more than happy to also present that again if necessary. So those are the 3 or 4 things that I heard, not unless there was something else that was missing to help summarize that just a little bit more for you.
That's helpful.
Yeah, yep.
Thank you. Any more questions from the board?
No, and if you want to send over things for us to do as they're completed, you can not batch them. That we. Okay. Oh, okay.
And it was helpful, the work session we had before, so we
Yes,
might
it
call
was.
on you guys to do that
Yeah,
again.
you can call me anytime.
Okay.
Yeah,
If you wanted, like she said, you want to shoot me a sheet and say it's okay. As you go. It'll make it a lot easier.
okay.
And then
I'll probably put you in touch with my colleague Jan. Because I'm getting married. When you guys are getting married.
That's why she wanted approval tonight.
We've got other engineers and we're all working together, but
Congratulations.
yeah, I won't be here for that particular meeting, but I'll be back for the planning part.
Okay, any comments from the public? Thank you, Pat.
I'm studying here, thinking here, I'm having questions.
No, any comments from any hands up? I mean, I'll ask the board. The question from the attorney was, would we like to close the public hearing? That's true. Yeah, but then I don't, know. Yeah, cause there's a time for me, the 60 days, and really, we shouldn't do that. Yeah, I mean, but it's up to the board. We almost got caught in that. No, but it's a lot of.
The problem is if you close the public hearing, you have to act on.
Right, whether they do it or not.
Okay,
Okay.
But the applicant could also grant extensions.
It's okay, we just won't close it. And then we may have public that wanna weigh in on the new stuff or the other stuff, you know, so. That makes some difference, just not close it, we don't want to box it. Okay, is that okay? All right, so thank you.
Motion to continue on.
Motion to continue 735 Columbia Street, Little Devs, until August the 13th. We'll see you then, and if you wanna have a meeting, like you said. Well, then, thank you. Who first? Who second? All in favor? Any opposed? Okay. That's the boulevards. Okay, the boulevard is. Okay. Okay, the boulevard's is not here, but we're still gonna have, we're gonna open up the public hearing, but before that, we're going to have the subcommittee for the planning board on the boulevards do a presentation. And, we're gonna do a big discussion of that presentation, and then after that, we'll open up the public hearing for the boulevards. But the applicants are not here, and we're gonna take a 5-minute recess.
Crystal might be here.
Okay, Crystal, can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes, I can. I'm sorry. I just had to unmute.
Okay, we're gonna take a couple of minutes of recess, okay?
You got it.
Okay, thank you. Can you turn that off? Let me see if I can turn it to you. Can you use that for us? We're on a recess. Right.
Thank you. It hits perfectly like right here. It felt good when I initially came in, and now the feelings like it's so cold.
Can I get one? Yeah, okay, great. Okay. You ready? Tell me when, okay, all right, we're back. The time is 7:20 something.
7:20 exactly.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so right now we're gonna have a presentation by the planning board committee for the boulevards. Before we open the public hearing for the boulevards, so then we have Susan here who's going to do the presentation, then could not make it. We had a three-panel planning board committee of 3 members, which was Susan, say your last name.
Susan Bernovich Foster, Ginny Casasco, and Ben Foreman. We've been meeting and discussing as a small subcommittee the Boulevard project.
And that doesn't mean that the rest of us wasn't doing our research and homework. It was just that it was a project that really needed in-depth review. So Susan is going to do the presentation tonight, and then we'll discuss their findings.
So what I'm gonna run through is a list of 5 items that I hope are what the subcommittee brings
So wait a
forward.
minute, did every board member, I didn't send it to them, so should I send it now?
No, I'm gonna read them
Okay,
right now.
all right, because I didn't send it to them.
Yeah, if
I didn't want to
everyone,
prejudice it, yeah.
yeah, perk up their ears, it's not a presentation per se. Thank you, Bettina. Based on our findings and conclusions, I propose we bring the following request to the applicant and the rest of the board for discussion. A reduction to 15 market rate apartments with a strong preference for at least 5 or 1/3 of the apartments being 3 bedrooms. Maintain 26 off-street parking spaces with 1 assigned per unit, 15, 6 assigned to workers of the commercial space, and 5 for visitors. To support walkability and pedestrian safety, have the applicant to work with the community and provide additional ADA compliant sidewalks and crosswalks to Oakwood, Parkwood, and Paddock, as well as on Fairview to reach Albies. Demonstrate amenability to a building of up to 20 units if the last 5 are affordable to 80% AMI or below, and reallocating 2 of the visitor spots to these units. And the final, a forfeiture in any of these requests to maintain public health, safety, and welfare of the community, resulting in a positive declaration. So with that, I would like to open it up for comment from the larger planning board. At what was being proposed and what was a more realistic density for the site, and that's how we drive that and increased some of the units to 3 bedrooms to accommodate larger households.
And you're looking at least affordable housing for 5 of those.
But we are agreeable to an additional 5 to bring the total from 15 to 20, and 5 of them
Are
fit the affordable housing.
And the rest would be the architect.
Correct.
Okay, okay, so the proposal, and even in, there's a mix up between 28 and 30, but the last thing we got was 30 apartments. Right?
Right.
Which was it 20 1-bedrooms? And 10 2-bedrooms, or 22?
That's correct. That's correct. It
Which
was,
one?
it was
Correct.
20 1-bedrooms and 10 2-bedrooms.
Okay, great.
Although I am saying that from memory. Can I ask a question? Can I ask a question? Can I ask what the findings and conclusions of the committee were? Since the recommendations are based upon the findings and conclusions, can we ask what those findings and conclusions were?
No, that was the subcommittee. They're just, this is their presentation to the full board.
No, I understand that, but she said based upon their findings and conclusions, it would be helpful to know what the findings and conclusions were that led to the 5 requests.
We do, and Crystal, it was based on research and reports we looked at that we're glad to share the links with you on.
That would be helpful, thank you.
Absolutely.
Does anyone else on the board, after reviewing this project, want to come up with something different? Would you agree with something different?
I would actually like to see a written copy of Susan's.
Yeah, I know it's difficult,
Yeah, I think just what we want
but
to
based on,
look at it and contrast it with what.
okay, but based on what you've read, what we looked at. You know, what do you as an individual or the rest of the board think about reducing the density? Are we in agreement that as is, as proposed, 30 apartments, 20 parking spaces? The worst case scenario for the commercial space is 20 employees, 6 parking spaces.
Seems to me, based on what I was reading, that a large part of the concern is the unavailability of on-street parking, which is why parking seems to be an issue. So is it? You base these numbers largely on available parking, is that correct?
The numbers of apartments?
Yeah, the allowable density, is it largely based?
I think, I don't think it's just based on
No.
parking, but to ensure there was a parking space for each unit. And to size it,
Yeah, they,
something smaller.
they'll submit the information after spoken, talked about. I didn't know that submitted before. But they did have a lot of information on there about traffic flow, how does it affect, things and,
Pedestrian traffic,
right,
car traffic, the
safety.
density isn't just for parking. It impacts the whole community there, and I think that's where it's coming from. It's a global concern, not just a parking issue.
So, and the rest of us, we looked at it. I mean, are we, as a planning board, do we agree that the density should be reduced?
Well, in my opinion, I feel like, I've heard the resident speak out about his impact on the neighborhood. We've all experienced congestion in that particular area, so that is a significant factor in making a decision. I'm not sure I've gotten to that number. I think, we have to think about it and digest it, but I think that is a concern that I've driven through the area, many of the people in the board and many of the citizens have driven through the area, and they understand the impact that it would have. By the same token, some commercial entries should be there. There was a dentist who actually was my dentist, and I was able to get in and out of that dentist office when it was relatively full, and there was workers there. And so but I don't know how to compare and contrast that with what they're talking about, which is, probably double the amount of people that were there at the time when it was a dentist office. So I think that those
They had
factors
parking,
have to take into account.
I think they had parking for everybody. 'Cause I used to go to them too, and I never had a problem with parking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but I think it's a different animal than
Yes.
what they're talking about. So, definitely something to consider.
Okay, Jane, what did you say it loud?
There's a lot of information from the public, from the residents, from the committee, from the consultants, the attorney. There's a lot of information to review and absorb, to come up with a firm decision. To leave it the way it was presented, to reduce it, and these concerns that are brought up have to be addressed by us. So it's gonna take time. It's something that I can't decide upon tonight.
Okay.
I agree as well, I feel the same way.
It's a big project and there's a lot of issues, good and bad, on both sides of the fence. So like Martin said, we have to weigh the good and the bad. Takes time.
Well, I can agree about, us taking time and looking through it, since the committee did do their report. And it is our duty to thoroughly investigate this, but a lot of stuff that I've seen and knowing the area, it's not just parking, but because we don't have enough parking, it will impact that area. So it's just an opinion from based on a lot of the information that I've received. And there was suggestions to, the committee did suggest things like going to 3-bedroom apartments. Did you see that?
Right, I
Yeah.
just said that.
Yeah.
And didn't that, the last meeting, then, the applicant. Was going to look into reducing the
Well,
apartments.
they were
or the
waiting.
change?
They were waiting.
No,
Let me, here's Crystal, we'll call on you in a minute, okay?
Sure.
But let's get through this. Yeah, but they were kind of, they said they were waiting for us to send the report, which I did, which they sent, what Ben was writing. And right now, I was thinking that we should have a conversation about that. So I can see that, I'm really believing that, the whole board, this is consensus of something has to change. Either, right.
Well, let me, at our last meeting, the applicant did mention that he was going to the IDA to discuss financing for other type of apartments, which may include affordable housing units.
Right.
I'd like to ask the applicant if they had made any progress or where they were in that, what's their status in that situation?
we'll have to get back to you. It's an ongoing conversation with CEDC. I do have a question if I could ask one.
Go ahead.
How come greater density is okay if we offer low income units?
I didn't hear the last part, I wasn't clear, the last part, what you said was.
In other words,
How come you're okay with more units if it's low income than not low income? That was the recommendation from the committee, was that more units would be okay if there was a component of low income. And I'm just curious how that impacts the concerns and the takeaways from your research.
well, it would still lower the density from 30 to 20, right?
Right.
We're saying.
But we're going from 15 to 20 is still like adding density to accommodate for low income. And I'm just wondering, there's no priority for low income housing in the zoning code. So I'm wondering how this fits in with the concerns that you have that brought us to these recommendations or suggestions or whatever we're going to call them.
Right, she's asking because the impacts from 20 are 20 market rate units the same as 1505? Did you do some research that said that low income units are less likely to own a car, less likely to have parking impact? She wants to understand why 20 with 5 low income is not the same as just 20 market rate. What's the rational basis for that distinction?
So, yeah, there's a slight lower percentage and very slight as far as households that are at low income that own vehicles. It's not necessarily a huge change, but that going from 30 to 20, we felt like was a noticeable reduction in density. And we do know that Hudson as a whole is looking to have more affordable housing units. And so we were hoping that 5 may be a potential with your project and adding them to the original 15 that we recommended. I hope that might make sense, Crystal.
Well, Susan, can I ask, when you said the extra 5, you still didn't, were you saying without parking?
No,
With,
yes,
so you didn't, okay.
no, they would each.
They would still have the
their own
parking,
spot.
but with the probability that low income may, out of the 5, 2 may have a car and 3 may not, it'll
Right.
provide more parking. Okay, because that's what I thought I saw.
And some good news here, and why we kind of wanted to table this discussion until we had our next submissions, is that we might have identified some additional parking spaces.
Oh, good, that'll be nice.
So, now we talked about you guys acquiring the other land, there's another piece of land that was potentially available on the opposite side of the property.
Behind it.
Right.
Yeah.
That, is that perhaps the land you're talking about, have you guys, is that a new factor?
No, this is something, another parcel in the boulevards. It's a parking lot that has available spaces.
Is it the
And,
hairdresser?
and I'm not gonna say anything more than that because it's still in discussion.
Okay, we understand. I'm just trying to get it.
Got RVs on it right now, pretty big
Nope.
RVs.
No RVs on it, huh?
We'll get to you. Okay.
Thank you for that update. Crystal.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you too. It was helpful.
Yeah, so, and we'll get the committee to, get this into some type of PDF.
We'll
So
get
that
the
you-
links to
yeah.
the reports that we
Right,
looked
so
at.
to send it to you.
Look at it and
Right.
then the rationale as well.
But it does seem like we're all in agreement with density, it's needing to change in some kind of way, right? We just,
But again, I just encourage you to think about this all until the next meeting, but also keep your mind open that we might have some more parking that we bring to the table the next meeting.
okay, we can understand that.
But again, parking is not the only issue with the density. We want to be clear on that.
Yes.
It's not just parking.
I understand that, and I think it'll be helpful when we see your reports and the rationale you provide.
So something I was gonna bring up tonight, and it sounds like it's premature now that the applicant is possibly considering altering the plans,
Yeah.
possibly reducing density to address your concerns. But
I
if,
don't know if, I wouldn't say that, I don't know if I could say that the applicant is considering reducing density, but I can say that the applicant is absolutely looking for additional parking spaces, and we may have identified some.
So, Kristen, you are the applicant. She is the applicant.
I know, so what I was going to say was that, if the applicant proceeds with this density, which you've identified as not consistent with the community of the character of the community, the board can consider a positive declaration under seeker. That would put us into an EIS territory. And one of the things that you can review as part of an environmental impact statement is alternatives. And we could request an alternative with 20 units or 25 units and have them study those impacts, see how that layout would look. So that's an option. And if you do want to go down that road, we don't want to wait because that the full seeker process is very long and has a lot of built-in requirements. So I would encourage the board to consider doing that sooner rather than later so that we can start that process. Not tonight because we want to see what the applicant comes back with, but I just want to put that out on.
What is the procedures? What are the steps for that? And what
Sure.
is involved?
So normally, what we usually happens is the board reviews the EAF. We get all these reports on traffic and stormwater, archaeology. And after everything's been reviewed, you usually make a determination that there won't be any significant adverse environmental impacts because we're dealing with smaller projects or you haven't identified any large concerns. In this case, you've several times identified a potentially large impact. And so when we do part 3, you would confirm that you check moderate to large impact and you would issue a positive declaration. Once that's issued, the applicant has to prepare a scoping document, which is like a table of contents of all the things that have to be studied. We have a public hearing on the scoping document and the board members decide if they like that list or what should be added to it. Then once that scoping document is finalized, the applicant has to go and prepare what's called an environmental impact statement. And so for that table of contents, there's a supporting document and a supporting report. Document, supporting report. And then the public gets to comment on that. Then the public's comments are considered and we go to a final EIS. So it is a long process. But it would give you the opportunity to move forward saying if we're at an impasse, it's the next way to move the project forward.
Do we close the public hearing for that?
So you don't have to, but because that process has built-in public hearing timelines, we can either adjourn it indefinitely. I mean, we're not gonna want to keep coming back while we're working on those technical details.
Okay. I mean, we can do a special meeting maybe.
Well, I mean, it sounds like they're hearing what's being said and maybe they'll come back with something that reduces the density and maybe increases parking and there's a happy balance there.
And we're gonna send them your report, so, how about if we just be ready next month?
Yeah. Each of the reports and review it, and if they come out with response, then we could just move on.
Can I ask Crystal a question?
Yeah.
Sure.
Crystal, it sounds like, you're looking at additional parking spaces, but, it doesn't sound like necessarily anything will change in the density. The 30 units in the commercial space, it sounds like that's still what you're proceeding with. Is that accurate or am I off base?
That is correct.
Right, and so
Well,
the applicant is challenging the idea here that the zoning law gives you the ability to reduce the density. And so, you know, if that's the case, they may have to go to the zoning board and get some interpretation, and let's say ultimately the zoning board says it's ambiguous or it's unclear. Even if the zoning law says this board can't set a new density, that doesn't mean you can't adopt a positive declaration and go down the path of the seeker review and then use the seeker process to mitigate those impacts. And mitigation could include reduced density. So it's just a different path for you to review that project.
so with them not really going to address the density, but the parking issue, which may also address the congestion and other things that we were talking about. Yeah, I guess we'll wait till next month, just. Things are gonna- yeah.
Do you expect to have a new submission in time for the August meeting, Crystal, or should we put this off till September?
We do plan on having a submission for the next meeting.
Okay,
Then I think we should be ready.
yeah, we'll be ready. So everybody, okay. So we're going.
In the event that that does change, though, I will absolutely give you all a heads up at least a week before the meeting.
I know the problem is, once we continue the hearing now, you know, public shows up and we have to open it, so.
No, I get that.
Okay.
I mean, do you want to continue this to September and maybe we use August as a workshop meeting to discuss whatever proposal comes in before we have the public comment on it?
I can't make that decision on my own. I'm sorry.
There's something, if they put a lot of time into this next submittal. Don't change the density, or don't change the plan significantly enough. The applicant's now wasting time. If you're gonna go back and say the density really needs to be 20. Or whatever density you're gonna come up with. I think you should think about having a special meeting. If they're still on course, if they wanna have an August meeting, maybe in 2 weeks, just to talk about density and your findings and vote on it and figure it out.
That makes sense. 2 weeks.
What do you think that makes sense?
I think yes.
Yeah, but we would still continue with the.
Well, let's look at that date.
Can we zoom in?
Yeah. So you're saying,
I'm ready to decide tonight, but other members are not, so.
the majority,
Yeah, the majority, because I would also like to
Yeah.
see the report, and I would also like to be able to look at all the links for the research that you looked at, so I can see where you pulled those off of. Especially if they were articles, and I wanna know if they're peer reviewed or not, because I'd like to look at those too.
and you may have, and from there, you may even get articles. Mhm.
What is our lead time in doing that for the special meeting? What is it, 2 weeks?
I mean, we can call a special meeting for tomorrow if you want, but.
I'm just saying. What's that typical?
I mean, the problem, it's gotta be a night when you have a quorum of the board available,
Right.
so,
It's summer.
and we need to check on
and we-
availability.
yeah, And we're all, you know,
But-
we're volunteers, so can we?
I will say there's a fifth Tuesday. Normally, meetings are first, second, third, fourth, because there's not always a fifth. So there does appear to be an extra night in July. We
It
wanted,
might be when I'm going to do.
Right,
We can try, it might be,
Can you
it's the
zoom
beginning of
in?
July, I'm on vacation.
Zoom in.
I'm gonna, I mean, do we wanna wait till next month meeting?
Well, you know what, I think if we can talk about it, and if we decide that we need a special meeting, we
I
can do
think we have
that.
to do it now.
I mean, my recommendation is to continue the hearing to September, because if something comes in, great, we can talk about it in August.
Mhm.
But that would also give the public more time to review whatever comes in so that they can comment on it in September. And if nothing comes in, then we don't have to put it on the agenda for August.
And then August, we can, but we can put an agenda in August if we wanna make a decision.
We
then.
can talk about the density.
Right, so so that means we would have to continue it to August then.
Yeah, yeah.
No, the hearing can be continued to September, but you can
We can
discuss,
still
you can
discuss it,
workshop
okay.
that without
All right.
hearing being.
So we can workshop the project for next month, continue this public hearing until September.
But the applicant is insisting that they want to submit in the next meeting.
And we'll have it.
That's up to them if they wanna submit or not and take that risk that whatever you guys decide at that August meeting.
Right.
I probably recommend that they don't submit and they wait for your findings and whatever you come up with.
So they wait until after August?
But it's the
That's-
choice, it's the choice.
Yes, it's your choice.
It's up to you, so what do we wanna do? Continue the hearing, or hear the options, we can continue the public hearings till September. Oh, we haven't submitted the public hearing yet, we gotta open it tonight and we'll do it, but when we open it, we'll go through that.
Yeah.
But we'll be ready next month,
Right, that's
to come up with some type of agreement on this, whether they submit stuff to us or not, right? Okay. All right, so we're going to now, can I get a motion to open the public hearing for the boulevards? That's 117, 119.
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so we just talked about that. So we have the public here. Would you like anybody from the public to like to speak? Teresa?
Thank you, Teresa Nicholson. I just wanted to thank everybody for their hard,
Teresa Nicholson is speaking.
especially the subcommittee. And I really like your findings and, that's pretty much it. It's really appreciating the whole neighborhood. I think I could speak to that, really appreciate the hard work and the comments and, that's pretty much it. Thank you.
Well, you guys coming out to protect your neighborhood, to voice your opinion is what you need, and not just the planning board. Don't stop here. You know, if you need laws change and things change, you have to go to your common council.
Illuminate us.
Politicians,
Illuminate us.
okay?
We have a whole list of.
Okay, so you saying you could. Anyone else from the public want to speak? Anybody online?
No hands are raised.
Ask Crystal. Crystal, you have anything you want to say?
I don't, thank you though.
Board? Okay, so we're going to, can I get a motion to continue the public hearing for the boulevards, which is 117, 119 Fairview, till September?
I'll give you a date.
September,
It's September 10th.
10th.
And you.
Did I get a motion? A motion to continue the public hearing for the book?
I did.
Okay, all in favor? Aye.
Sorry.
Any opposed? Okay, let's move on.
Thank you all. Have a good night and stay cool this week.
Thank you. Good night, Kristen. And I want to personally thank the community, so,
Yeah.
I mean, thank you.
Thank you.
Take care. Okay, so now we have old business and we want to, Mill Street Lofts, are you here? You okay? Second paper.
That you're not gonna get a big head. Do the commercial. So tasty. I mean, instead of over here again, I'm gonna turn her swivel. This is an unusual punishment between the foot and now.
Yeah, I got one. I'll send it to you as an email. Gentlemen, did you guys pay your planning board fee of $300?
So, and we should be all caught up.
Right, and you did, yeah, Mill Street, yeah, and you did the escrow, and you got a letter from me now. Okay, great, yeah, they're good.
Good evening, Christian Donahoe with Client Realty and Development Group. I'm joined by Bryce with CPL Engineering. So we've continued to address the comments that have rolled in. I know the big ticket item you guys are looking for is the traffic study, parking study. So we do have copies that we can hand out to each of you, but the overall summary that they looked at the surrounding area. And there's a capacity of all the surrounding roads for any anticipated traffic that would be brought on. The entrance and exit of the property is no issue. And the study found that they recommend that the project would need 47 parking spaces. So the 50 parking spaces that we're providing should be sufficient. We're in front of the ZBA next week for those two area variances. So what we're looking for this evening, we would ask the board to declare lead agency and then set a public hearing for next month, so we can stay on track for our fund.
Thank you. Did you send this late now?
We may have, if not.
I'm looking for it right now, on street law. Engineering review? No.
You have been busy, for sure.
If you don't have, we'll get it to you guys.
Okay, this is just traffic and policy.
Yeah,
It's, wait a minute, unless you sent it today, did you send it today?
no, I don't think so. So if you don't have a digital copy.
No,
we'll
yeah, could you
get it to
digital copy, cause I just wanna let you know, we are, we have presentation tonight from our, new software. Where things are gonna be online,
Okay,
so you guys are gonna have to go online too.
yes.
I think it's gonna launch in August. So a lot of your stuff, you
For
know,
our submissions.
yeah,
All good.
so, yeah,
Perfect.
so send it to us,
Yep,
send
we'll
it,
do it.
if you send it to us now, we can send it to our software team.
Yep,
And they'll keep you up to date, they'll put it in,
yep,
but once it's launched, you'll have to do it.
yeah, I think we got that after we sent in our digital submission.
Right, but I don't think I received this.
No, that wasn't part of that.
No.
It hasn't been submitted.
We got that
Yeah, send it
to
in.
us after the fact, so that's why we didn't submit it. We'll get you a copy.
So should we spend time reading it now?
I'm sorry.
Just kidding.
Obviously, there's a lot to it.
I like to keep
Wrong.
things funny. I like to keep things like, it was when,
Well,
when,
so if you flip actually to the last page,
when?
they looked up research based on affordable housing. On how many cars are on,
It's submitted on 6/24.
based on the number of units per buildings. It's being reviewed. It showed that, well, so like the very last page.
In the report.
165.
Yeah, 0.65 cars per unit. So we have 70 total units.
Right, yeah, so what it does is it looks at similar mixed income developments. And they have the data of how many residents have cars in those developments. And that's page that Bryce pointed you to, yeah, it kicks out that average. So of the 70 units for 0.65 cars per unit, that's where the 47 comes from. So it's just based on data similar developments.
I guess the data I was looking at had 84% of low income households have at least one car per household. That's what.
It could be depending on the programming of the AMI levels, so we have a mix of incomes, so. I think that chart should show different weights based on income level, so our project based on the AMIs we have kicks out that 0.65.
So in other words, you will not have parking for every resident.
We, for each unit,
Yeah, for each.
no, but based on the data, not every unit will have a car.
But what about this is parking?
So there is parking allowed along Mill Street.
Okay.
So we wouldn't want residents parking there overnight, but for visitor parking.
Now, you said earlier there's 47 recommended parking spaces and you are allowing 60?
So we're providing 50, so yeah.
But it's 70 apartments, right?
Right, but so what the study does is it looks at similar developments, the same like mixed income affordability. And it takes the actual data of those developments of the percentage of residents that have cars and utilize cars. And then it kicks out that average, which is then applied to our 70 for the same programming that kicked out that average. So when you multiply that by our 70, that's where the record 47.
I know we had it, but would you go over again, what is it? 15 2 bedrooms, could you do that again?
I have, that's.
And
Yes.
income levels that you're doing,
Yeah, so it'll be 30% to 100% AMI.
how many,
The majority are at 60% AMI, so 30 to 100%.
how many of those 30 to 100% will it be? Apartments available?
I should, so while I'm looking at that, 1 bedroom is 43 units, 2 bedrooms, 21 units, 3 bedroom, it's 6 units. I should have that somewhere. If I don't, I know it's
You probably
essentially
said this
prorated through and I can send it down to.
So that follows the scenario of maybe everybody won't have a car. Are you planning on doing sidewalks on Middle Street? Because right now they don't have that.
As of right now, we do not have sidewalks, that's something that we'll take to them.
Very much so.
Yeah.
I think it's sidewalks on Mill Street and then I know you mentioned it, I think in your update conversation with Rob Perry. And what have you guys talked about as far as flooding down there, because there's just one access way in? And what alternatives does someone have to get out of the unit if the road is flooded?
The driveway or Mill Street?
Mill Street.
So ideally, the improvements we're making to the site will lessen the flooding. Because we're taking the stream that's currently there out of the pipe that runs through the parcel. And opening it up into the stream channel that runs in front of the property through the culvert at the driveway. So it'll lessen the, well, sorry. The pipe capacity currently doesn't have enough to hold the water that comes down the hill. So now this will take more water, lessening the flooding across Mill Street down by the intersection of Second Street.
Is that, Chris, is that something that can measure or study? What they're proposing?
We're looking at the reports.
We're preparing reports to show that, we just don't have it finished yet.
And when they say lessen, they mean that it's so
It'll
flooded?
reduce,
It'll
reduce
reduce
the flooding.
the
Okay,
flooding
get
of
rid
the
of it.
street.
I'd love to.
Yeah,
We're
gonna.
do what we
Try.
can, yeah,
Okay.
we're gonna do the best we can. This is better than what's there currently.
And how would that affect the apartment house if the flooding is allowed?
So the flooding, and there's a flood zone that runs across, which is why I know one of the comments at some point was move the building up. So it's here to keep it out of the flood zone. The other thing you do is you make sure the elevation is above that level.
They're raising the entire site.
Yeah, we're building a site up about, it varies, but anywhere from like
Right, okay.
7 to 5
Banks
feet.
would give us money or insurance if we were.
Correct.
And we'll make
One of the
sure we
big
don't-
comments that I had on the report was infiltration testing down there.
Yeah.
Coal testing, a lot of your assumptions are assuming there's no groundwater.
So we're working to get pipes. We have actually been out there and done deep tests.
Okay,
There's a lot of groundwater. We're well aware of that.
okay,
So we're not infiltrating, we're just doing detention.
yeah, but your pond is gonna be inundated with water, so
So
you're gonna get almost zero detention out of it, no matter how deep it is.
So this is not a detention pond for stormwater.
Okay,
This is purely a basin for the stream to dissipate. All of our detention is gonna be done in the pumps underneath the parking lot. So we're still working through getting the final details to you. You know, we have our outlet structures over here, so that's gonna have all of our,
I'm just saying, you know, even if you dig down to,
oh, there's gonna be water in there.
and there's water, you're not getting any credit for it.
No, and this has nothing to do with the stormwater.
Okay. I mean, you even flooding, you're not gonna get any credit. if it's full of water.
Correct. So purely, this is gonna be rip wrapped, it's basically just to slow the water down when it comes through the culvert.
Yes.
And right now, we don't have fence, we're gonna fence it because the slopes are too steep. And since it is not a detention pond, we're gonna fence it and we're not gonna bench it, we're just gonna rip wrap it,
You could also go 104.
104, okay. And then we wouldn't fence, correct? We wouldn't fence if it's 104.
Correct.
Okay, noted. But yeah, so this has nothing to do with anything that's within our SWIP. Purely as a way to dissipate the stream, because during the heavy flows, it's coming down here very fast.
Yeah.
So I'm sure everybody's well aware of that when
Yeah.
the park is covered in water, which
And I
is,
Yeah.
which we know.
I think the units sound like the people in the units who drive it, to go to school or to go to work. If they can't use a vehicle or a school bus can't come down to pick up kids. Is there thinking or ideas around alternative ways to leave their residents to get to drive around?
We have not really looked into any alternative methods to get to the site yet.
Sidewalks, staircases, things that don't exist, like pedestrian access. There's that pedestrian, there's an aspect. The Empire State
The
Trail.
bike path goes up around to the north, I guess. Yeah,
Yeah.
but right now, like, I understand what you're saying, there's no access, if the road were to be covered in water,
Right.
there is no way currently from here.
Because the rest of the town isn't closed down, so people would still need to get to work, still need to get to school, so
Understood.
I'm just putting it out there for ideas that maybe.
In the worst case scenario, what happens to that road?
How much water is there? We don't have that number currently yet, so we'll have an answer on how much the floodwaters will reduce by the time
So what
this
is
is implemented.
what's the actions that you're taking to reduce the flood level in the building or improve the whole area? Right?
Ideally, yes, yeah,
Right.
that's really what we're doing this for.
Because it's amazing that there are houses there now.
They're all above ground. No,
So
I mean, they are.
I know they're excited about that.
Yeah.
So now, did you say that there's active piping with water drainage and pumps in the parking lot?
Alright, so the proposed stormwater plan
Yeah.
collects all the water basically that runs, it'll run off the buildings. And it will collect, there's various catch basins shown throughout the plan.
Yep.
All coming to a central detention. So those are buried 4-foot diameter pipes underneath the parking lot.
So these are passive, so.
Yeah, and we'll have a structure that basically will let the water leave. At different rates depending on what the storm level is, so it's all controlled. We're not increasing the discharge from the parking area or the buildings. Everything's leaving, this is our outlet pipe, everything leaves that pipe at the same rate that. And is the existing conditions on the site now.
But what, in the case where there's active, flooding, that's, that is, like the lanes that we just had.
Sure.
Wouldn't it be interesting or necessarily helpful to have an active pipe to pump water out of the area, out of the parking lot, so it wouldn't be standing in slow, because it's a slow pulling to move it to another area.
The problem with doing that is if you were to pipe that off, it would be going,
It's gotta be something.
the discharge would be faster than what it is in the existing conditions of the park. And we can't have that happen, so. we're
Their parking lot is being raised, so their parking lot won't flood,
Right,
because it's above the flood elevation.
and these are closed pipes, so they won't be getting any infiltration from the groundwater that would be there.
Okay.
And part of the design, we still gotta work through it, is we're gonna have to basically weigh those pipes down, so if they're empty. They don't float through the parking lot, so we'll have like a concrete barrier around it, strap it down, and they install it, that kind of thing, so.
But your plan is never, you're gonna reach the elevation so that we
Yeah.
don't expect that,
Yep.
standing water in the parking lot.
Correct, yeah.
So what is your green space gonna look like? You have a courtyard or something? You have a picture of what's gonna look like again?
So right now we have. Some smaller areas of stormwater, planter beds. So we have a planter bed here, which is next to building 2. We're gonna have a planter bed behind building 1. We're gonna have some green space for a playground between the buildings. We're gonna provide planting along the stream channel, partly for erosion, but partly for visual impacts. We're working on landscaping plans currently, so we have those, we'll get them over to.
So you're expecting your tenants to also use that park across the street, or you're gonna have something for them?
We're gonna have this, some sort of a small, we're workshopping what it's gonna be.
Okay.
Is there gonna be any landscaping in the parking lot planned? To create shade?
Currently, the way we have it laid out, there isn't, that's something that we can look into.
So the playground, there's a playground there?
Yeah, it's part of our funding requirements to have a certain green space playgrounds.
Another question I had. To the southeast, you're showing grading through that paper stream
Yeah,
with the swale.
Yeah.
That all needs to be tied in. You also need permission from the city
yeah,
and whoever's property you're, grading on,
yeah.
that's gonna be allowed, they're gonna allow that to cut off access.
We've had several conversations with Rob Perry on various items, which are ongoing, because we're looking at redoing the water line to get enough water to our buildings.
Yep.
So that is part of the conversation, because we can't have the stream channel without grading across over here.
Yep.
So we're working on that.
When you do geothermal?
For
heating for your property.
Yes, yeah, all electric and motor, yeah, you're from.
Oh, okay. So when you create that shade, do not take away the volume.
Do not take away the
No,
parking.
do not.
Yeah, we're gonna, yes,
Now, what is there now? Nothing. What is that land?
it's a city park.
But they have no walkings. How can it be a baseball?
No, years ago.
Oh, so now
Years
nothing.
ago.
It's just there.
Years ago, the field with the Charles Williams School up on the hill,
Mhm.
the school closed down, the city kind of took it over and made it a softball line and a soccer field.
Yeah, and it's nothing
And
there.
then the last 10, 15 years, there's been nothing but overgrowth and flooding. There's a lot of flooding down there, the intersection at the bottom of the Second Street Hill. I mean, I've seen it, water that deep. The house at the very end, crossing over Mill Street, I mean, the basement was full.
Sure.
Now, on your storm drain pipes underneath the garage. Right?
Parking.
Park,
Underneath the parking lot. How big are those pipes?
they're 4 foot diameter.
Well, okay, 4 foot, and that's gonna flow out the west, towards the
Yeah.
river.
It's gonna flow, these are gonna flow out through these pipes and discharge into this, what we're calling a stilling basin.
Okay, and in that area there, where does the water go from there?
The water will flow, we're keeping the infrastructure of the existing pipes from here going to the
Is
east.
that carrying power?
No.
Or
That goes to the structure that's across from, at the
Okay.
intersection.
So when the
That's-
floods.
Going towards the river. Okay, with that. Any underground storm drains. From the city, will that be able to handle it? It should reduce the water flow.
Correct.
So,
And this,
so what the
from
city,
here on, won't be any different from,
right, that's
but the fact that this is slowing the water,
it's slowing the water down,
getting
so
back
the
into the pipe.
existing sewer, water, storm
Correct.
water from the city. Is that a combined system there?
That I'd have to double
I'm
check,
not sure.
I'm not sure,
Yeah.
we have all the maps, so let me just
Yeah,
double check, but
The city's been separating it
Yeah.
over the last,
I wanna say that because this was installed specifically for the stream,
right,
that it's not a combined, but don't
yeah.
hold me to that.
Yeah,
I'll have to
I
double
was
check.
concerned with the flooding and then that catch area, whatever you wanna call it, is not gonna overwhelm the city's existing system.
Right,
And then eventually just goes out into the river.
correct, yeah.
Okay.
Is it gonna be aerated or, so it doesn't become like a mosquito pond?
Currently, no, but if there's standing water, I'm sure we can look into putting a bubble or something like that, just so it's. Like you said, not a mosquito well.
Please.
Yeah,
Well, that's a big concern with humidity levels, circulation, mold, all those things, because it's so wet back there. Everybody wants to seal these buildings up tight, but then you run into other problems.
Any more questions from the board?
Really, just a curiosity question, so Charles Williams Park across the street from your proposed development is also going through a lot of development itself. Is there ever an opportunity for you guys to
coordinate with the park that's being built there? So you're proposing a play structure, well, clearly they're gonna put one
Sure.
across the street. Is there some way to enhance what they're doing and offer more green space that's
Yeah.
more utilized by the
But
community?
yeah, the community, it's
So
gonna be a little
it can
community.
get tricky with our funding because. When you do the funding, it almost has to be very standalone
Oh, I
of the funding sources that are coming in. And the HCR, the agency that gives us our funding, won't look to add funding here from this project. And so that's why we have, even though there is the park across the street, we still offer our own playground and amenities, because. With our funding, there's specific criteria we have to hit, and playground being one of them, so. In a perfect world, you'd be able to workshop it together perfectly, obviously, we communicate with the city best we can. But we're limited to the contingencies of.
And they're called lofts instead of apartments because,
It's just the name of the project they had said, I asked the same question.
oh.
They are
sorry.
apartments, but it's just called lofts,
Like the-
that's just the name.
I didn't, is that
13 or
because there's
14
just
one,
one
that's why.
living space?
What's the ceiling height?
Um,
I mean, are they a little taller than?
No, they're regular apartments. It's just that they just called it
we
that.
do typically request waivers for ceiling height, so they may be taller. So we're, so 9 foot, so not, so the typical G is 9.
Tall. Talkish.
Well,
Okay.
good, there is a public person here that I would like. Okay, is that you? Okay. Yeah, we just gonna.
Could I understand that they're here.
Yeah.
We'd really like to get their comments on the record.
Right, that's, yeah,
So-
if they talk, then they'll be on the record.
I mean, by all means, we can let them, we would really like to have a public hearing for this project, just so that we can get them on official record.
Yeah.
Obviously,
Tonight
tonight,
is for a public hearing next.
I understand, but usually I allow things in the beginning, so that if they say something that can help,
yeah, so now,
you do it now,
For sure.
okay?
understood.
You see, we've got like projects in the public hearing that's been there for months, so,
Yeah.
you know, they're not rushing that way.
Nah.
We wanna get, you have to, you know, get all your i's dotted and t's crossed before you get to that, okay, so. I'm just gonna allow, I think it's 2 gentlemen here, and that's it, and be short. So, you can ask us the questions, and if they hear it and wanna answer, they can.
Thank you, my name and address, Jack. Warner.
Okay, Linda got that, Jeff?
Jack.
Oh, sorry.
How do you spell your last name?
HORNICKEL.
And the street you live on?
228 Mill Street.
Oh,
It's a new construction.
Oh, you're the big house.
Yeah, came out so.
Did you got a permit for that, didn't you? You didn't have to. Planning board, you didn't have to go planning board, well, your big house is a different house from any house over there.
The permit's right on the post in the front. I have, I just had comments, I'm gonna focus my comments on the traffic study since that was what was submitted today. I read it in great detail, I just wanted to throw some ideas out to it.
You wanna send them to us?
I'd be happy to write them down too.
Yeah, it's better, yeah, why don't you send them to us?
Okay, can I
Okay.
summarize them now and then I'll send them to you in writing?
Okay, go ahead, the board said me.
I'll say, in essence, I've only read one of these once and it was today. But I feel like the sample size is really limited. They look at intersection crossings for 90 minutes in the morning and at night for one day. The Wednesday after Labor Day, I don't know if that's sufficient to really capture the comings and goings of the neighborhood. In particular, I just want to point out that Empire State Trail, there's a study done by New York State Parks in 2018 when they proposed it, that estimated that there would be 50 to 75,000 users a year. And from my experience of working down there most days of the week, I see a lot of people walking, running, walking their dogs, riding their bikes across the county, full of bags, all across the state. There's a lot of traffic on the street that isn't cars going to work and coming back. And I don't think the study captured that really at all. And I guess the last thing I want to say is that there's some comments in the study, that was just one just raised by, Susan about other projects in the area that could impact the traffic. And the park is being redeveloped at the end of the block. That's gonna change the traffic pattern. The dog park changed the traffic pattern. The land conservancy is buying the other parcel. They're gonna connect the trails. People can park there, walk through the trails if we reported that. There are a lot of changes to the neighborhood that will impact the traffic pattern more than just this building. So I want those to be considered, and I appreciate planning board's time, its consideration on the boulevards and the connectivity of that project with the neighborhood. So I hope to see that here too.
So make sure you send us that in writing, please. You can send it to me and I'll forward it to everybody. You can send it to Christian. If you send it to me, I'll make sure it's sent.
Great.
Yeah. Thank you. Well, I'll send it to
Go through,
you. Sir, and that's,
Yes.
and after that, that's it.
My name is Josh Kipp and I live at 230 Mill Street. The flooding, I got stuck on the size of the proposed building last meeting when I was here, overshadowing our houses, which kind of sucks. But the bigger concerns are the water. Yes, you think you're gonna manage this runoff.
Talk to us.
Oh, sorry. When the river rises, like for instance with Hurricane Sandy and Irene, that water can't exit as fast as one might think a larger diameter pipe can handle. So you're gonna raise this up, is the water gonna be diverted now towards our houses?
So in other words, you wanna know how would, what they're doing will help your household, what kind of impact it will have on other people's houses.
The water stayed down in that hole before, now it's gonna
Okay.
have free range to go wherever.
Now, do you wanna send us that in writing? Could you?
I suppose I
All right,
I suppose I could figure out how to do so.
well. I guess we have it on the notes. We'll take, yeah,
Work together with your neighbor.
right, put his comment in your.
And then one more thing is, how are we gonna navigate? There's gonna be some major heavy construction going on.
So, yeah, in other words,
On this road.
right, so you wanna know. this,
How we
how
get
is
out.
it gonna, right, impact
Emergency
out.
situation.
Okay. Yeah, those are good questions, and there are questions, they're beginning questions, you know, thank you.
Okay.
It's a question, I think that their question was great, because it's beginnings. These are things that you can address while you're making your plans. How would this whole construction impact the neighborhood? How is the remedy that you're taking for the building going to help the neighbors? Show that in your plans too, because this is what we talk about. That's why I like the public to come early, because now we waited for the public hearing. So,
As he requested the construction timeframe, do you have any of that in your plans yet? Have you discussed it?
It's typically 18 months.
Okay,
Anything heavy side work is typically 3 or 4.
okay, and then the location of the equipment, the construction, is it all gonna be on your property? Or are you gonna be using the street? Or are you gonna be using the bike path?
I'll come back with that answer.
Yeah.
I'm fairly certain.
You'll show that in your
on
plans.
Our property.
Great, okay.
So.
So you're gonna have a staging plan, you'll submit that?
construction stadium plan.
Yeah.
They'll have an erosion sediment control as part of the
Okay.
And then also a staging area where you're gonna store the oils and, gases and.
Construction entrances where they're gonna enter the
Right.
property, concrete washout, that kind of thing.
And do you think you're gonna have to close off the street at any time?
We can provide a lane closure plan if
Yeah.
needed. I don't think at this point, that's.
But we wanna know how is it gonna impact, just
Yeah.
give us something brief so we can,
Sure.
you got neighbors. You have to
Understood.
come to Hudson thinking about neighborly and community, okay? I'm excited about the project because it's providing something that Hudson is in their need of, but not to the expense it's going to upset everybody else.
Sure. Totally get it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Declare lead agency and set a public hearing for next month.
Okay.
The board can declare lead agency because it was circulated on May 22nd. And you did not receive any objections from any other agencies within 30 days.
We have it. So did we get that letter that say that we didn't? Or
We got a letter from DEC responded with a list of permits that they might need. But they didn't object to the planning board.
They sent it to you, because I don't know.
I mean, it's in the final.
Okay, make sure that Abe and them get it.
You want me to send it to them?
Yeah, it's.
Sure.
So
So,
I make a motion.
So we make a motion to declare lead agency.
So I'll make a motion of where the planning board is the lead, Hudson Planning Board is the lead agency for this project, the Mill Street project.
Second, who's second?
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed?
So, there are other requests that the board set up public hearings. At this point, Christian has provided them with a 9 or 10-page comment letter.
So,
I would recommend that we wait to get, more plans and some information tonight before setting a hearing.
we're not looking to push you into the public hearing, we're working with you thoroughly.
With our funding coming up, which is, I think we've discussed, it's like
Yeah.
August or so.
August.
Yeah,
That's next month.
maybe September, we don't get the exact date until the RFP is actually released, so the August or September. I'd ask to try to, in order to process along, we're working on this as
letter.
quickly as we can, this is obviously high priority
All
for us.
right, if we have to have a special meeting, we will.
Is that for just this project or the Stage 3 project and the Rosslyn Circle project too?
Yes, same thing.
So are you
If we can
expecting
get
all three
through
of
all
them to
of
get
them,
approved that quickly?
we would just need a secret, like just a secret action, not approvals, additional approvals to the secret action.
I
So,
mean,
we may have to.
you don't need a
look at
public
checklists.
hearing for a speaker, though.
Oh, you don't?
No, you don't need a. Honestly, you don't need a public hearing involved in this application, but because it is a big project, the planning board routinely sets public hearings. But you can complete your seeker review once you have the necessary information without having held a public hearing. We normally do full planning board input, but it's not a requirement.
Oh,
But you
that's
don't have enough information at this point to complete the seeker process.
So, yes, I guess could we hit on the main outstanding items, so we can prioritize those? Is it just? I mean, we could also, if it's mostly your comments, we can obviously.
It's probably mostly my comments at this point.
Sure.
Getting the stormwater addressed, getting the flooding issues addressed.
Yeah, just because, just so you guys are aware that the funding that comes out, if it's missed for this round, it's an entire year before the next round of funding comes out. So we don't need approvals in place to apply for the funding, but we would need a secret determination. So as long as that's on your radar, then.
So, I mean, just from the DEC letter alone, which came June 26th, there's potential bald eagle and leaves bitten, leaves turn on the
Yeah,
property.
so with
So,
that, yeah, so we've
kind of
bumped
report.
into those a few times, what that typically does is. You'll have time of year requirements, so it'll be November 1st through February 28th, you're allowed to cut trees down.
That's for bats, though. The eagles are a little different.
Oh, so the eagle, yeah, we can't.
And the leaf bitten better, I mean, so I guess the first thing is, first we need someone to go out and identify if there's a nest or if, does this comment apply to your particular property? You give us a report, and then based on the report, we come up with any conditions that might be needed.
And it could be a simple letter report.
Right.
Generates that.
A biologist,
Yeah.
someone who's
We've done
qualified
a-
to issue that report.
Yeah.
So you go
So
through that
it's
list.
not somebody that the state or county or the city recommends, it's just a
They
private
have to hire a qualified biologist
certified.
to go out and prepare the
License.
report, and then we review it. They also raised issue about cultural resources, and I didn't know if you had a back letter.
Yeah,
from-
I think we have.
Oh, you have that already?
We have a SHPO letter, but the application was filled out with 3 stories, not 4.
So you have to redo it.
So we have to reach out to them, and it turns out the person that did the application no longer works at my firm, so we don't have access to that account, so.
I got a ship a letter revised pretty quickly. I think.
Yeah, we have the guys, we
30
have,
days.
yeah, we have the contact for the people we're gonna call, I'll get that taken care of, no problem.
Did we circulate that checklist for new?
Yeah, they submitted the checklist.
And so it's already done and submitted.
Yep.
Well,
So those are just some of the things, and then stormwater is also a big concern, can you handle the stormwater on site?
Which I think we pretty much already showed that we can, I mean, the SWIP, is. I would say 80% complete, it basically shows that there's no adverse impact to the discharge during the 10 and 100-year storm, which is indicated by this 4-foot detention post underneath the parking lot.
Yep.
And we're getting our water quality by our planters and the porous pavement in the parking lot. And the rest is by this prefab unit.
Well, can we, supply them with what is needed?
I mean, Christian didn't give them.
Okay, so you gave them a continuity.
So
I mean, we could open the hearing, the only problem is we get into a situation like with the prior board where, you know, we may be continuing the public hearing every month for 6-7 months.
But you said we don't need a public hearing for to do this.
We don't need.
Okay, so, what I'm saying is that, do they have the information they need to fulfill those obligations so that we can get to that
Next meeting.
Is it a way you can get it to them before next meeting?
No, they have the letter.
we have a letter.
Okay, so you have all the information you need?
If we got the water and sewer report prepared for the next meeting, showing capacities like we talked about, would that be sufficient?
I
on
think
top
you
of all the
addressed the
other-
stormwater comments,
Yep,
the flood zone comments. I think next meeting we can
okay.
recommend.
So that's water flow, SHPO,
Yeah.
all legal, I'm sorry, did you mention another species?
There's a police bidder.
But I think they said that there wasn't suitable habitat,
Okay.
so.
And if you can check the bill.
Yeah, we'll run the letter, we'll go through that whole letter.
All right, yeah, we'll stay in contact, just want to make sure you guys are aware that we're just.
Yes.
looking for
Do you
services.
have a biologist that you use?
I do, I don't know the name off the top of my head, but I know I've commissioned long-eared bats, Indiana bats, bald eagles, we've done.
Well, you've got this move pretty quickly, so it's good.
So do they come from Western New York or where do they come from?
I'm not sure. I call.
Does it make a difference?
No, I'm just curious if they're.
Okay, the bald eagles is west.
No, I'm just curious if the biologist.
I think it's typically Hudson Valley, because the Hudson Valley has a lot of the endangered species areas.
I just wanna know the different, you know.
No, the biologist I'm asking.
There's
Yeah,
quite
but
a few
it's-
birds up behind Hudson Valley.
Yeah.
Labella does them.
Okay, so if you could get that stuff done.
Now, we're looking into public hearings. Not for all three, we're talking about this, the Mill Street project, this.
Right. Yeah, so I'd assumed it was part of the secret process in
No,
order
it's
to
not.
get a neg deck, but you would know better than I,
Yeah.
so.
And if it's not part of the secret, the public hearing, we don't have to, we could do it without it, then, you know, we can move on and, put them in public hearing. later.
That's what I said, well, let me be clear, but you're saying that that's not necessary
So,
for your understanding.
right, in general, you hold a public hearing on what's considered a complete application. And a lot of times, an application is not even deemed complete for purposes of timelines running until seeker has been completed. But because that means that the board front loads the environmental review and we don't hear from the public, who oftentimes has, you know, boots on the ground information about what is on a site, they saw some turtle there or something. We often open the public hearing as a matter of policy prior to the secret determination to get that public input, because it can be helpful and it can be useful, but it's not required.
As a matter of fact, it is a major turtle breeding ground and frogs.
Okay, well, they're gonna have to, submit a report.
So it's a vernal pond.
What?
That's why I'm asking you about the biologist. Because it's helpful to have someone local who knows the area and who knows, you know, kind of the patterns that exist within the.
I believe it's Newburgh where the firm is from,
Okay.
But that's not positive.
Yeah, I think vernal ponds are being very much ignored all around, you know, so that's why.
So do you want, are you asking that the applicant include information on potential vernal ponds?
Well, if they're,
assessment?
if they're in the endangered species, yeah, New York has a whole list of endangered species, or I'm sorry, I wasn't prepared for this, but you know, there's different ratings of species.
So there's some threatened, some endangered. Yeah, I think a full report.
So that's what the mapper points out though, is that it's potential area, so anything that's mapped, it's not saying it's there, it's just saying there's potential for that species to be there, something that's not mapped. Someone has come in and looked at that habitat.
But are they
It may be an
gonna?
endangered
But I think
species.
what Susan is asking for is that, Ginny is asking for, is that if it's not on the map, we still want you to look at that.
I
vertical.
want it to be a sidewalk.
Oh,
I want-
they have to,
So
yeah,
I
they
think
have
it
to.
sounds like we need when you're, just without, we need a habitat assessment for
Yeah,
all
thank you.
threatened and endangered species. So specifically the bald eagle, and then they should be able to identify anything
Just
else.
have
or see-
down, so.
Yeah,
And the turtle.
right, I mean, they may just.
Could be, there's lots of endangered salamanders, you know, there's. I think the habitat assessment to cover everything.
Yeah.
Yeah. Before, I don't know if you had experience in building in areas that, you know, had water issues. Things like that. Is that correct?
So we built in floodplain areas, we actually one upstate in Gloversville that were 9 months into construction of, so similar practices.
Okay, and that's obviously, today, have you raised, it's the same practices and.
Yeah, so we don't come up with those, those are standard, I'm not sure if they're FEMA guidelines or somebody who's much more of an expert than me, comes up with the different standards and then.
I'm just saying, if you have a demonstrated track record in being able to successfully deal with this,
Right.
and mitigate the difficulties that might result to on the homes.
And as I'm sure Sean has mentioned, they have never sold anything ever, they manage it forever, so. They have the drive to make sure that these buildings are good long term, as Ken says, it's for the grandkids, for the great grandkids, so. That's their motivation.
How long will it take for you to get your biologist to give us some reports?
Well, typically it's a month, but you may do us a favor, I'll call him and.
Yeah, let him
get
know that
it.
he
I'll
has,
tell
yeah,
him
we would like
this
to
is
have
something,
very important.
yeah, because they have to get out to the side, like I said, they have to do a sidewalk, they have to basically.
Yeah.
Rid the thing out,
Because if you
so,
can get it to us as early as possible, it will help us to help you.
yeah, right, okay, so. Habitat, SHPO, water sewer, and then. Obviously not looking for approvals, but just an action on secret, because that's what we need for our.
And that's what we're going to prepare to do once you get all the information.
Right.
So, and if there's anything we need to do to help you, just notify Christian.
Okay, we'll be in contact, we'll.
Yeah.
Got our headless wall, there we go.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, let's see what we have. Let's see. We want to take another minute or so. Okay, now the next one is, same guys.
Same guys, yeah, so this one.
Have you paid your fees?
Yeah, these are all paid, planning on seeing escrows in, we're all good there, we are actively working on the submission, so all we ask is that. You guys certainly for lead agency, that's all.
Okay, read agency.
Yeah.
On State Street.
Yeah, it's submitted, I wasn't sure.
We did that?
Is it long enough to declare elections? I'm not sure when we submitted.
It's gonna be close.
Let's see. I don't know, cause
That'd be
Mill Street
wonderful.
can't be close to
We
State Street.
classified as type 1 on the June 11 meeting, and we declared intent to serve as lead agency. So it's not 30 days yet. I don't know when it actually went out, but even if it went out that day, you're 2 days shy. So.
Okay, yeah, next month should be on for declaring.
We
Yeah, I
have
think
our
that should be-
secretary, Linda, can you just confirm when the date of circulation, so we can add it to the file?
Oh, I can hear you. I have to look at my other computer. Hold on.
Okay, thank you.
And could you email us copy, email us email me and Victoria. The request that was put out. I need to be emailed with everything.
We submitted a letter. Oh, no.
You can share this. Yeah, I think they've done a lot in the project first thing.
Trying, we got that time frame, so we're trying. It's like I said, if we miss, it's a year, so.
We're waiting for the secretary to tell us the dates on that. We didn't do it as much. That's a small thing. I can't do that. What do you think? That's really the resolution for this one, but I have to do it. And this one.
So I mean, we can follow up on the circulation.
Yeah, this is fine.
date right, for within 30 days.
Yeah, I'm fairly certain next month is fine. You let us know, and then any changes we can. If for whatever reason we did need a special meeting, how does that? What's the time frame? How does that work for you? I don't think we do, just my knowledge.
Well, you can send your request actually, and I'll try to work with the attorney and the consultant. And the rest
I
of the board.
think we're okay.
Yeah,
Just
you
on
can
next month,
check.
For you guys, a bunch of stuff. I think we'll probably need the month, but.
Okay,
Okay.
all right, so we're gonna get the dates back to them.
Yep, well, I guess we're.
All right, thank you so much.
I guess
June,
before we,
June 20th.
Linda, could you CC being on Victoria on that, please? Did you hear me, Linda?
Yes, yes, I'm
Okay.
just,
Okay, I just wasn't sure. Okay, thank you.
we have Chris's letter. I was just curious if there's any additional comments from the board that we may take back with us while we're working through this project.
On State Street now.
Yeah, State Street, yeah.
Yeah.
If you have had a chance to look at it.
Now, what did you were doing huh? No, there's still old business. Now, State Street, State of the housing apartments, 28. 24, and 8 parking spaces, you say?
That sounds right.
24 apartments.
So yeah, so that's one where.
8, 10 parking.
Full 6 regular, 4 ADA.
So all access to the building is off at Long Alley, there's no access off of State Street, is
And if not, why?
that correct?
So, yeah, the 2 doors are right on the.
You mean for going into the building, you go into the alley for that?
That's where the parking spaces are, yeah.
Or the parking space?
Yeah.
But not the
The main entrance.
going into the building, main
I
entrance.
No.
It is?
There is a door actually on the side. Yeah.
Okay, that's.
Right, because I don't think that alley was made for that.
No.
Yeah, there's no access points off of State Street, because I believe, there's looking at the plans. State it's gonna be below grade, half of the units, because there's about,
All this.
yeah, that's the
You mean
back,
it's gonna be underneath the ground?
correct. So you're gonna probably be 4 feet
Oh,
under the ground.
yeah.
So you're looking at,
So people go in the basement?
A walkout.
so it's a slope
Oh,
on there.
I see, they're gonna walk out this way. You laughing at?
No, we're not there.
Very clean.
So, but that's, the bottom rendering is the back of the.
This is basically this direction. Out.
So
That's on the State Street.
No, this is on the alley side.
That's on the alley side.
Yeah, like I said, there's no access off of State Street, there's no doors.
Is that, don't you have to get permission from the city for that? I don't think the alley was ever intended for that purpose. Gene, do you know?
So there used to be a school there, there was a side entrance going to the basement. On Fourth Street side, there's an entrance, and on State Street side, there's an entrance.
But nothing on the alley.
But I know on my street, on Union Street, there are some houses that are in the.
Well, there's garage, what we're talking about
No,
now.
no, houses. Houses.
Yeah, that's a one family, but we're talking about 24.
I mean,
Yes, people walk
assuming
in
the
there.
alleys are actual public roadways, then they can be used for access. Are they public roadways?
Are you talking about partition or are you talking
Yeah.
about
There is an access from,
which side of Union Street?
Fourth Street.
Between
There's
the
another exit on Fourth Street,
Correct.
okay, so can people enter?
Yeah,
yeah, we just can't put it on stakes, as we said, it's.
Or below?
we'll get, we can get architectural renderings for each side.
Right.
We'll bring elevation. So, yeah.
The alleyway and that
They were
location
always
is wide enough for the access.
I don't know.
The alley, on this alleyway, actually.
You do?
Yeah, the alleyway on.
Can you
where-
move your board so we can?
Sorry, I can just stand up. The alleyway where they're building this onto Fourth, they use that, like, with that, some of that, healthcare buses and stuff.
That's the parking.
Yeah, it's big to enter and exit right there. On my side, it's tight because there's a building right up to it, which is on Third. So. This, if they're just coming in and out there, I mean, people might be coming in the other, but I think it's a public road that people go in, basically, the only people enter on that alley. Are the people that live on that block and they're pulling into their parking space.
The building is designed to meet all the
Okay.
access requirements.
So when you pull into the parking space, you'll be able to get out your car and go into the building, you don't have to come back out on the alley.
Where you could walk the street.
Okay.
This
So
side.
there's a side entrance on
Fourth,
Fourth,
the alley, not on the state.
and there's another entrance on the other, I see a stairwell. It was,
So there's a door here going on with the sidewalk, and we're proposing sidewalk all the way in front of the parking spaces. And then back up to the other side of the building, so there's a door on each wing, but just not on the State Street side.
How many stories is this? 4 stories?
Three.
3 stories.
Three with,
One underground and 2 more above ground.
do you have a rendering of what it's gonna look like from the State Street side? 'Cause that's where most of the houses are
We can-
aesthetically.
we can get that.
Yeah, we can definitely.
Yeah, we'll get elevations for that side.
On the State Street side,
We could do
it's a 3-story building. How many stories will be on State Street?
2.5.
Will it be? What
This
was
is
it?
2.5, yes.
Yeah.
2.5.
It slopes up towards.
Yeah, I know
Yeah.
it slopes up, so it's gonna be 2.5 stories on State Street.
I don't
Why couldn't you
understand
put an
that.
entrance there?
Because it's gonna be at the,
Long alleys down here.
I guess the way this building is programmed is.
Yeah, it's so it's a layout thing where you also, so back to what I was talking about with the playground, interior, same thing.
Yeah,
Even down to square footage in the corridors
right.
It's gonna be.
are pretty locked into place by the state.
Oh,
But it's gonna be
So
fair.
our architects on like 40 of these projects.
6 feet is gonna be buried.
I mean, I can always ask and see if that's possible, if he wants to have gone through the program.
Then the
It's not
entrance,
efficient.
the entrance on the Fourth Street side, is that gonna be like a main entrance, a quick exit entrance? How big is that entrance gonna be on the Fourth Street side? Cause right now, it looks like the main entrance is off the alley, off.
Right.
So this is where the lobby, that's the mail will all be right here. This is just additional.
It's probably emergency access.
Yeah.
Cause you're gonna have to walk down into the building from Fourth Street.
Yeah, that's how the school was also.
And so the main lobby door is, the entrance to the building and the main lobby door is also right next to the commercial entrance. Is that a commercial space that makes?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this may shift that
Okay.
commercial entrance, but as shown, yeah.
So something the board also wants to consider is that the commercial space is off of Long Alley, it's not off of State Street. So you wouldn't know it was there unless you were on Long Alley.
Right.
And how did you guys arrive at 24 units for this particular project?
So that's part of like, we have to look at it kind of holistically of our funding, what makes it competitive, what doesn't make it competitive. And then with our mixed income, the the finances of it shift based on unit count. So we were able to get to 70 on bill, and 24 is basically what makes it competitive for the funding that we're trying to get.
So it's like 94 apartments you kind of, you're saying when you put them together.
Yeah, they want to try to get to 100 typically, but
You have another project coming?
Well, my suggestion is that in that commercial space that you have the entrance forced. So you don't have people fighting to get to, trying to get into their apartment, and now they're conflicting with people that don't have a space.
On the
So
side.
you do it on that side, yeah.
Then you're off the Fourth Street, right? Yeah.
And it's better visibility for whoever has commercial space.
And they are gonna need some variance.
Yeah.
They need a density variance. Because this is in the R4 zone. I believe.
Yeah.
So.
Where's the garbage and refuge and all that other stuff? In the middle of the buildings?
so the places with no windows. So again, back to the basically super efficient use of space that the state requires you to do. All the areas that don't have access to light and windows, those are the areas that you try to use for garbage, refuse, mechanicals, because you have to be able to utilize the areas with the windows.
And how do you get that out into the street?
That's one mention. I think typically there's a site super who will go one way or another and bring it to dumpster, so, but I
It's a
can.
lot of trash,
Yes,
A lot of people.
a lot of trash.
have an interior space.
And what kind of green space are you having in this building? What this building?
You should agree, roof.
Oh, it's.
No, it's
No,
it's like the,
It's pitched.
Yes.
we're gonna grow grass out of it, right?
And then so there's a little bit of
Flowers.
like open space there, but.
Where?
It's
sixth floor?
just on top of the commercial space is like a patio.
Oh,
area.
that line
So
that went across?
I guess there is opportunity to put.
But you're not required to have any green space?
They are required to have 300 square feet per dwelling unit of green space, so if they don't abide by that, that's another variance.
That's another variance. Right now, we don't meet the open space variance.
How many commercials, and you're having commercial spaces also in the alley?
Just one.
Just the
Just
one.
And what is that, what is the plan for that?
So it's all preliminary right now, but it'll be a neighborhood scale, I know we talked to like a neighborhood scale grocer. And then one we always try to get is affordable daycare, that's one that just every city usually wants,
But there's.
The library has that.
That's what's thinking, there's a daycare right up the block away.
some cities
Yeah.
don't, then we do something else,
I
but,
think that we talked about a grocery store or cooperative or.
But yeah, so what we do on these projects is we underwrite the commercial income very low, just so that it breaks even. So that way we can attract a good commercial user. We're not looking to get the income out of the commercial, it's we have our funding, so we underwrite that loan and we try to work with the city. What do you guys want? What do you need? And then that way, we're in a very competitive space to offer out.
So what exactly is it that you need? So we have to wait for the declarations.
Yeah, we're farther along on Mill Street, so. My hope is that we can work on this and then kind of trail Mill Street by about a month or so.
Okay.
So that's the plan, but as you can see, we've got a lot of.
Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of coffee coming up.
Yeah. Just, if you can get it to us, we.
Yeah, we're planning to get both State Street, Mill Street back by this.
So this, from what you're describing, just bring me up to speed. You really have you're taking up the full lot with the building, so you don't have any space for green space.
Correct. There's a little lane here that comes down between the existing fence lines.
I don't believe that was that. You need to be 20 feet wide for usable open space. And I don't know that that would be.
Which is why we gotta go get a variance, but, I guess to maximize the unit on the property.
It would be helpful to see a rendering of its position on the street. And I'd like to, as a board member, like have our applicants bring that, especially with the public hearings.
Sure.
Just have a simple rendering, you know, for people to visualize it.
So just, further than the elevations, you want like a color in the photo, right?
Yeah, on the street.
Sure.
So you can see the, let's say the block, and then you could actually go to the lot.
Yeah.
But of its, because that's what we're concerned with planning, we wanna see its impact on the block, on the street.
You've done that before, that's all.
Character of the neighborhood, similar building.
So, yeah, so I was gonna say, yeah, so we can do multiple view angles once the company models it, so. Would you mind letting me know what you wanna see, just so we can.
Well, at a minimum, for street
Or
and state.
What it looks like.
What's the distance on the opposite side of 4th Street from that to the next year?
This way,
Yeah.
to the county building. County building's pretty close to the road. This one right here.
No, I see you know, so there, you've got the commercial space on the other side. On the other side of the
Yeah,
alley.
that looks a lot.
Oh,
like
this
the
side?
The other side of the alley is that empty green space. Right? There's like a big tree.
Oh, yeah, this lot.
Yeah, are you?
On Long Alley.
Referring to a building or?
Yeah, long alley.
Yeah, there's like an open undeveloped lot. back
Yeah,
there.
down there, like that's, yeah, I think it's down.
Yeah.
And then next to that is house, right?
What I may be, I'm picturing the building.
Yeah, no, on State Street, I said, you're on State Street, oh.
Yeah, looking this way.
Right.
You're saying over here.
One side is Wall Street.
Okay, yeah.
What's the other side?
Oh, here.
Yeah.
I think it's a house. It's a house. Yeah.
See it in the rendering, is that?
Yeah.
Just
What's
like,
the distance between this building and then.
I don't have a scale with me, but this is 15 feet. So it's pretty close, it's probably 30 feet.
Maybe you guys could consider getting those lots and creating some park.
The empty lot of Galvin's on 4th and Columbia, across the alley.
Well, it's across the alley.
You should,
Well,
I'd like
If you want to spend
consider it.
more money, it's reach me.
So I just want to remind the board, when as part of your seeker review, you are actually doing the seeker for the zoning board of appeals. And so if this lack of green space is a concern, it's something that we need to address in the board seeker review.
Okay, I'd like us to do that.
So,
Just one more clarifying question, before we can get a variance, we need secret action, is that correct? Okay.
But they can run concurrently.
Yeah, because, we're there next
So you're
week.
already
They
in the
won't be able to take, so we'll be there next week, they won't be able to take action, but then hopefully next month, okay.
okay,
Is there any opportunity to turn the roof into a green roof?
that'd be nice. Think about it.
Might be, you get away from variance.
Yeah.
Yeah, a nice green roof that gives
I believe where that roof came from is the building, I'm not sure exactly where it is, across the street here. It's a very similar size, we tried to match the, neighborhood, so that's where that comes from.
About space for its residents,
Typically,
and it's about
we try to
scale.
make it blend in, so.
Well, it will blend in mostly in height because you won't be past a lot of houses there. But it's, you don't have any apartment buildings of that size and that, but. it is
From
a
the
neighborhood-
outside,
Yeah,
that's.
but it is a
the concept
neighborhood
is from the
that's
outside.
conducive to something, for something like that. Okay, so, we're gonna move on.
Yep.
Any more questions from the board?
I don't know, we said a green space, or we talking like a terrace space?
Yeah.
I think we're
they're gonna
talking
look at
about
the-
two different
That's
things.
what I'm saying. I want clarification.
No,
Okay.
green spaces, yeah.
Green roof is one thing, a terrace space for.
It's more just-
tenants that
Well,
go out there.
And green space is another thing. You know, a park is not a roof or a terrace. A park is a park.
Oh,
And
well,
this is a big unit. It's a massive scale that's going up. And I think you need to think about open space
So you're looking for recreational opportunities for the residents.
or trees and park, yeah. I mean, not necessarily a playground, but like a shade.
But you know, they are in walking distance for a lot of stuff.
Well, I don't think we have enough of that, honestly.
Yeah,
My opinion as a board member.
small, you know, that's small.
Also said, they're like a terrace roof, you could have patio umbrellas.
Yeah, that helps.
Yeah, outdoors.
But that's just for their residents, forget
Right,
it.
exactly.
Yeah.
That'll take them from going to the small parks that we have.
Yeah, I have to make sure we're not historic district, I have to see where that roof came from.
Yeah.
My assumption is the pitched roof came from the surrounding building style, trying to match it.
On State Street, all the.
Right, so,
Yeah, but this is facing,
He's talking this spot here.
which is much more industrial
Yeah.
on that.
On that 4th Street, yeah.
All right,
Something I'm gonna, yeah.
good. So if you guys get your stuff together, we'll do it in the help for the convention. Okay,
All right, awesome.
all right,
Thank you so much. Thank you.
thank you. No, they're just square then. They're in old business, they haven't been moved to public hearing yet. No, they're not ready.
You all decided just, we don't have lighting, landscaping.
Yeah, it's a lot of, see, Kristen sent out the comments, you know, that they got much. We want that, so when they get it, they have everything on their there, when we get into public hearing, they're in and out. We're not doing what we're doing to the other guys. Okay, thank you, so. 311 309, 311, how are you guys? And you're in, old business?
Yes.
And we had made a decision that we were not gonna do a public hearing on them, right?
No, you need to have a public hearing.
Oh, we need that. Okay.
Subdivision application.
Okay, first, let me tell you that you're gonna have to replenish your escrow, so we're gonna talk about that for a minute. 309, 311 State is State Street between 3rd and 4th. It is where, what's their name? Yeah, exactly. So what we wanna do here, this is confidential, so please. Don't give it to anybody. We're gonna have to establish escrow, they're running low, Gene is gonna give us a little, report on the escrow, and then we're gonna make a decision as to how much we want them to repost that.
Okay, right now, we have a balance of $42.50. One bill submitted already is $205. So we need $162.50 to continue. But the attorney's office hasn't submitted a bill yet, which we should get this week. So right now, we need $162.50.
What was their initial amount?
It was like 1,500.
They didn't have enough, yeah. So you're not a big project, we should have you in the, so, what do you got for another 15 or?
Yeah. Oh, Vicky have anything, any idea of your bills?
No, I'm sorry, I don't, I have the bills.
She's been on vacation, so she doesn't have any.
If you shoot me a note, I can drop it off here anytime, no big deal.
Yeah, but we gotta vote on
We have to
tonight.
establish an amount.
Okay.
May I recommend 2,500 and that should take us to the end,
Then they get a refund at the end.
and then they get a refund at the end. Okay, so can I get a motion to, that 309, 311 State Street, replenish the escrow in the amount of $2,500? Your first, Randa, who's second?
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, now,
Okay, so thank you for that and hello again. I
you're
do have,
gonna get the resolution, but remember,
okay, I wrote it down, no problem. I do have this has the updates, I'm not sure what you guys have.
Okay.
So I was here in February, I think. And since then, well, at that meeting, you told me to go to ZBA. Because the subdivision needed
variance. So actually, let me just quickly reintroduce the project. I think, maybe a couple folks might not have been there. So this is a double wide lot on State Street. So it's next to 307 State Street, which is a project that I'm just wrapping up now. And it's one of the only vacant lots on State Street, and it's also, one of the only lots of this width on State Street. And so to develop the lot to match the character of the neighboring lots, the request for the planning board is a subdivision. The project that I'm going to undertake on this property is actually not in need of approval from the planning board, I don't believe. What it was in need of was approval from the zoning board for the variances. But what is required is approval of the subdivision of the lot. So I believe that's what the application.
In other words, we're not approving what you're building on those lots.
Right.
We're just approving of the fact that he had one big lot that he has now got the variance to subdivide.
Right, and still though, I have included information on the project, like the plan for.
And you
the
showed
two
us what the
single
house is
family-
gonna
yeah,
look like?
so showed you some of that has parking, 2 parking spaces per house. And there'll be single family houses. So. Since then, we went to zoning for a couple of zoning board meetings and got official approval there on all of the required variances.
I don't have a copy of the variance, but we confirmed that was true.
Okay, did you get a copy of?
They
their
never sent
decision?
it to me,
Could you ask them for the copy, then you send it to us?
yeah, I will.
Please.
It was on record at a public hearing approval,
Yes.
So
so.
you do resolutions for everything we have. Somebody speaking?
That was Linda.
Linda,
Yes, it was approved.
do you have anything in writing?
I do not have the actual approved resolution from Janice,
Okay, if you
their
get,
their attorney. She never
Okay.
sent one.
we'll get one,
All right.
yeah.
Thank you, Linda. Okay, so that was the zoning piece, then there was also a request for an updated survey, and so I sent that along. Which is the one in that, and then a request for the new environmental form, so I sent that, so. Today I'm here to see if there's anything outstanding and request a public hearing.
Okay.
Is your house in the historical district?
No,
It's not.
Well, did you picked?
so
Yes, on number 12, which is.
there was a strange thing with the updated environmental thing where it wouldn't let me unselect that, but.
That's because it's based on record information. You might be in a surrounding a historic structure.
I think that's what it is like, it's close to the historic district or something.
Yes, I think it might be in the historic district or you're next to an historic structure someplace. So
Okay.
that's why it got.
Like, I'll look at the historic district map,
I've got it. I'm looking at it.
We're looking at it, but
I have a question on this one. Did you select that the project, the adjoining property has been the subject of remediation ongoing or completed for hazardous waste?
no, the electronic thing selected that as well.
Yep. Somewhere in the past, something happened on the site.
On this exact property?
You'll have to check with DEC.
Okay.
Find out exactly what happened. Why it was flagged.
Nothing that I've been told of, but. I can,
Did you get a list of my comments?
no, I didn't see that.
Send them off in.
Victoria,
Yes,
could it be the Robinson Street property?
I don't know. You're talking about the
the resolution? Or
The historic designation.
I don't.
Robinson Street's a block away.
Right.
Usually it's substantially contiguous to, which is adjacent or catty corner, so. I mean,
Is Robinson Street historic?
There's no, but there are individual designations there, that the ones you cited in the Mill Street project.
But I mean, they didn't identify which one. Usually it does, it's just not. Usually it says enough.
Is that zoning?
The historic district is Warren Street.
Says National Register. I don't see.
We don't know.
They're eligible for listing.
We don't understand, what are you saying,
She
Linda?
said eligible for listing.
Oh.
So, you know, maybe we do the phone.
We can try that.
So we'll do some digging and see what we can find.
So, he didn't have the elevations on, you didn't have the elevations on your, site?
It's not in the application, I do have them if you wanna see them.
Yeah, because I know that land slides back, right?
You want your review letter? I think I have it. Somewhere. Have it.
So you put it on that, so we can help you. You know, we have.
The bottom will still be sloped down, like the house itself will be dug out to the foundation, so not really much grading, because the water kind of just flows right off the same way. it will.
Okay, so the front of the house is going to be at the rate that the
Yes,
back of the house is gonna be.
Yeah, it's the way, so State Street's built up, right? And the front is walking right in on the first floor of the steps, the back, the basement's full height, yeah. So same as off the basement of the neighboring houses.
Yeah.
Fourth Street extension, which is across the street, Fourth Street, and that is the library.
What's the? I know that list, that was a.
Gene thinks it's the old library.
Yeah, okay.
According to
That,
the
that could be it too.
according to the
Yes.
map here that Susan has, it shows a light blue area of North Fourth Street extension. On the side notes of designated buildings, it's the old library. Which Calvin, you own out of still doesn't know.
Which is about block, which is down the block, yeah.
Yeah, but then why didn't it show up for these guys' project? They're right across the street from.
Maybe they didn't know what it was.
Maybe commercial.
And then according to that map, that's the only thing that's close to it.
That's that would be.
I believe it's flagged it too.
Yeah, because the heat is something about.
I believe their project flagged it too.
Yeah.
But the other project.
Yep.
Okay, all right.
So what does that mean for us? How do we?
You have to consider the impact of the project on that historic resource, and so. If this was going to have some, if this was going to dwarf something or be completely out of character, you find out that.
But it's pretty proportional to the other homes.
This is.
This is, yeah.
One before it is not.
Right, we gotta go back to that.
Yeah.
25. Okay.
Oh, are you in?
And as far as lot coverage, also that one, which has some green alleyway, this is like, I think 20-30% of the lot is house, 70%. More open.
So it's gonna be.
I think it'll be fenced in the back, yeah.
Okay.
Cause you go all the way down to the alley.
Yeah,
So that's a.
so it'll be parking on the alley.
So the house is gonna go all the way back there?
No.
No, right, 'cause that's a
The
big.
same as the other houses there, it's just sort of, yeah.
Species, it's live species, Atlantic sturgeon. Bald eagle, and these good, chickens are, so. So question 15 on your EAF should have been yes. Yes, on the, okay.
Yeah, he did it, but it's a short number, so it didn't.
This is a short one.
Right, so he updated, there was one today that, right? He said.
15. This is the one that.
It'll be a different check.
And then we're going to classify this action. Here, this is it.
So yeah, this updated one now says yes, although. I read that one and it said a bunch of fish species and. The bald eagle.
Bald eagles.
And yeah, and the subdivision itself.
Which means the roof is screening.
That's nice, yeah.
The Atlantic sturgeon on the property.
Yeah, big ones. When the basement floods.
Well,
Yeah.
Give it another 30 minutes, 20 years.
They will all fall into the river.
So are we ready to classify this action as an unlisted secret action?
So we have a resolution tonight, if you're ready. The board can take two actions. They can classify it as unlisted under seeker, which just starts the seeker process. And then if you're ready, you can also accept the sketch plan. We have a list of some additional information that we think needs to be added to the plan, and in addition, Christian has a memo. So it's up to the board whether you go ahead and take that action tonight.
I'd be, for myself, I'd be willing to take it, I wouldn't want answers to, you know, these hazardous waste men. I mean, even for the applicant, we should some clarification.
So if we took the action, could we still?
Yeah,
Yeah, we
still
still take the action.
the sketch is just the first step in subdivision, we need to get to go back and do a final plan.
So you. Okay, so can I get a motion to?
Well, here, what was the resolution? Now therefore be it resolved, the planning board hereby, one, classifies the project as an unlisted action under seeker and determines to conduct an uncoordinated review. Two, accepts the sketch plan in accordance with section 325-35.1A of the subdivision law and requests that following information be added to the final plat. One, final plat submission be labeled final plat for ... Two, addition of a zoning table indicating the standard, the variances received, and the proposed subdivision standards. Three, addition of the name of all owners or parcels immediately adjacent and within 200 feet of the property, including opposite sides of roads and highways. Four, location of existing and proposed sewers, water mains, culverts, and drains on the property with pipe sizes, grades, direction of flow. All existing utilities along State Street and Long Alley. And five, location of all existing and proposed utility lines. So asking him to provide that information in the next submission.
Okay, so can I get a motion to classify the action in?
Let me make a motion.
Okay, Randall, second, Susan. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so you'll get a copy of the signed resolution then.
So I just ran the full EAF mapper, by the way, and it confirms the eligible property is 247 Robinson Street and the Charles S. Williams Memorial School.
Oh, that's the big brick building on Robinson at the end.
What was it?
247 Robinson.
247 Robinson and the Charles S. Williams.
Oh,
Memorial.
Charles Williams School?
Well, what's 247? Isn't that the Charles Williams School?
No,
No, okay.
it's a house.
Just one house or
It's a
not?
house.
It's all right.
It's a house of 287 Robinson.
Okay.
And the school is, wow.
It's that big brick building. right?
Yeah.
And
It was great getting an accounting
And-
over there and.
There is information on, there's DEC ID numbers for the environmental site remediation database. You can just look it up, and look at those numbers and see what happened.
Okay.
now, would that affect Mill Street and State Street also?
Will affect State Street.
So we're gonna have to send them that because we didn't discuss that.
Well, we did ask them to get their no effect letter, which takes that into consideration.
All right.
So one of the items was, so what the request is, just so I make sure I'm clear, is to update. Update the plat to include more information. Which is,
Here,
okay, and what you said, or if you said, we're gonna send
I mean,
it.
you'll get a little.
Okay.
And I'll send you my comments.
The owner's piece is already on here, right? Or is this extended beyond that? On the plat, on the preliminary.
The owner's names were not on the adjoining properties, I don't believe.
That one's the updated one.
So if it's on there, then you've already met it.
So is that? What else? Let's see.
Did you update this map?
This was per the board's request. I sent this in about a month ago, I think.
So if you've already met these, then you've met them. It's just make sure the final plat has all this information on it.
Okay.
Oh, name and address of the record. It's not on here.
Okay. So basically updating this document.
The other question that I had on here was the name of all owners adjacent properties within 200 feet. That's something the board might want to waive. 200 feet's a pretty big circle. It's gonna be a Hudson, medium, median neighbor.
It's just a similarity of the property. Like 200 feet.
They own the house, if you're looking at the property, they own the house to your right.
No, yeah, sure, just be.
Yeah, this one has the houses on Long Island, it has some state. Yeah.
No, we're saying you agree.
Yeah.
So then let's amend the resolution then, because that was in the resolution and something that was outstanding.
So
So
we're
let's
gonna,
make a motion to amend the resolution. But let's make sure we want to go through everything else.
I'm just looking right now. Location of existing water sewer mains, culverts, drains.
So
Property.
is that, this is a city water line in the street there?
Yep.
And so is that basically just identifying where that is on the
Where
street?
that is and where your sewer is, you're gonna tie into.
Okay,
Contours of the plans. So I think you already mentioned that, elevations, one previous mentioned it.
so we're gonna amend the III. Just get rid of it. On the
You're gonna
resolution.
amend the adjoiners within 200 feet,
Okay.
and just go to adjacent adjoiners.
so I guess the question I have on those items is. If this proposed action is just a subdivision. Of the land with no building on it, which is what we need approval for.
Yep.
There theoretically is no sewer tie-in or. There's no, I guess,
If you had no sewer tie-in, we wouldn't allow you to do subdivision.
okay,
Because you would have to put a septic on, a septic or a potable well, which you wouldn't have enough land for.
so it's basically like the subdivision assumes that something will happen there. And that's why you need, okay, got it.
You're making sure that whatever we're doing is a buildable lot.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Oh, cool.
Just so you're aware of it, you are gonna have to go through a sewer district extension for this. Because you're adding more than 4 additional waste generators. And a waste generator, by its definition, is toilet, sink, shower. You're gonna have that in your house.
Okay,
So you're gonna have to be referred to the DPW route area. And walk through that process, of getting that.
For the building service.
Yeah.
okay,
We won't take care of that.
No.
I appreciate the heads up. So resolution makes sense and I'll get going on those updates. Does that mean our next meeting will not be public hearing? Or if we have,
We can set the hearing, maybe.
Yeah. Would you guys, like to set them for the public hearing for next month? Okay, everybody in the board, so do I get a motion? Can I get a motion to set the public hearing for, 309-311 State Street for next month, which is August the 13th?
No,
Second. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay. You will be on the agenda.
okay, thank you so much.
Okay,
So I'll get the escrow in and start updating the plat.
right, and if you can do it. That's.
Okay, thank you.
You won't be lingering in public hearing.
Okay, appreciate it.
All right.
Thank you, guys.
Mhm. Okay, but before we go any further, Linda, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, could you give me who, Okay, for 735, we asked for $10,000 in escrow. Who was the person that, who was the first? And who was the second? I want to ask, yeah. Because what she said is gonna be printed.
Hold on,
Okay,
735, that's way back here.
yes. We asked them to, we promised to extra for 10,000, and I,
Mhm.
you know, so I get these out right away. So I need that information there. 735.
Oh my God, far back. Oh, okay, here we go. W. 735, Randall and Jean,
Randall was first?
and Jean.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Can we go back to the line for a minute? I just need a motion to approve the resolution as amended to remove that 213.
Okay, we're gonna have a resolution for that?
Well,
This resolution amended.
amend the resolution.
Okay, so can I get a motion to approve the, okay, so we're gonna amend the resolution to classify the act, right?
We're amending it to remove the requirement to show joiners within 200 feet.
So the approval prior to that doesn't count.
It counts, but it will be amended to remove that language, removing the joiners within 200 feet.
Can I get a motion to approve the amendment to the resolution for 309-311? Who first?
Second.
Okay, who first? Jean, you Susan. And then Jenny? Okay, that's what. Now, before we move on to the next step, also, I want to get a motion to which we kind of didn't do. We need a motion to I need a motion that 612 replenish their escrow. Tell them what.
Six,
We gotta have fun.
612 Hudson Avenue is short $2,187.57. As of now, the bill submitted as of today. Vicky's organization's got to submit a bill yet. So they're 2,100 plus short right now.
Where are they? Okay, so I'm going to propose that they be 25.
25 what?
Thousand?
No, I would say.
15, 10? Yeah, I mean, 15. Then they'll live near. You know? You don't want to go back.
So I'm pretty sure we've paid $35,000 today,
Today?
to date, for the
Oh, today.
project.
Oh,
Right.
you may have, but the money spent.
I shouldn't say it loud, so they can hear it.
You may have put that much amount in the escrow account, but right now your balance is minus $1,935.57. Plus the bill that was submitted yesterday, your total minus $2,187.57.
And Walter, if you want an account of your
escrow balances, you can always contact the treasurer's office.
Sure, I understand.
Okay.
So this is a huge amount of money for us, obviously. Can we sit at like $7,500 for now?
Okay, Walter, sure, no problem.
Okay, thank you very much.
The applicant is asking for 7,500, we can do that. Thank you.
Thank
You
you.
made our jobs easier even. Okay, can I get a motion that 612 replenish the escrow in the amount of $7,500? Randall first.
And I'll look at that.
And Bettina, Dr. Young. Okay, thank you. So that's 7,500. No problem. Okay. So now we have. Now. Now we have new business. Sorry, guys. Oh, they're there.
You're there, Dan's here. I'm here.
Oh, how you doing, Dan? Okay. You know,
That's why he's still here.
Wait a minute. But I saw you making, when they were talking like you were in public, so I said, oh, this guy's gonna say to the
All I
end.
can say, it's a good thing I got the Yankees game watched.
So we're that. So we're on North Second Street Extension. This is a lot line adjustment.
And I apologize, I was supposed to ask Jennifer Crawford first.
Okay.
Or Easel.
But before you start, we need to collect the fee of $100. That's an application fee. Do you have your checkbook with you now?
No, but I'm working for the city of Hudson, that's who's gonna be paying, so I'll request a check from.
The city.
Why don't you guys make a check out?
And wait a minute, how is it that the city is gonna pay this bill?
It's an application.
Okay, and an escrow is gonna be required.
Okay, so if you can let me know the amounts, I'll work it out with you.
Okay, so I wanna get a motion to establish escrow for this new applicant,
Motion to establish escrow.
in a certain amount. Oh, I can't see that. Oh, here it is. Okay, so the motion is to establish escrow in the amount of 1,500. We'll give the city back their money.
Okay.
Can I? Okay, could I, Susan, you first? Second. Jenny?
So it's.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, and you're gonna pay your fee of $100.
I'll get it.
Yeah,
The
just
city will bet.
Yeah.
tell us the deposit with the
Okay.
treasurer.
So I'm kind of working through CEDC, so I'll tell Mike Tucker to tell the city. To get a check, $100 plus.
$100, right, so that's like two checks, though.
Yeah.
What's your name again?
Dan.
Dan Russell, I work for Crawford Associates, I'm a surveyor. I know a few of you here.
You know, I don't think we've ever met in person.
No, well,
Yeah, for years.
yeah, I know, we have been
We have your
email
email.
buddies for about 20 years.
Yeah.
And then good.
Dan, you're the contact person, so we have your email address.
Yes, I emailed the map and the application, so you should have it here.
Okay. All right, go right ahead.
Okay, so I don't think this project is any secret that the Columbia Land Conservancy is buying the Hudson Industrial Development Agency about 50 acres. So in the process of planning this, Rob Perry decided he wanted to keep some land there along North Second Street Extension for a couple of reasons. There's this garage here, which he calls the bulldozer garage, because years ago, before the landfill was an official landfill, they just had a guy that worked full-time bulldozing dirt over the dump. And so, but now it's used by the police department, I think. This is according to.
It's for the bikes.
Yeah, for bike, exactly. So that, I just talked to Rob today about that. They're gonna ask me what that garage is for. And he said, the statue that used to be on Promenade, that's also in there, and the bikes and everything. So, and also the city dumps snow here during snow removal.
I've heard that.
So they merely want to move the property line from where I've got the dashed pink line, which is where the property line is now, over to here to give the city an additional 400 feet of land to continue using it the way they've been using it since forever.
Oh, because I thought this was on the other side, of the student private park. This is
Yeah, this is on the river side.
on the riverside.
Yeah, so it's just because when HIDA sells this to the Land Conservancy, then the city could possibly have lost use for this.
it's kind of, it's for Rob.
So don't you go look at that?
Yeah, go right ahead. Oh, no, you have the plans right here.
Yeah,
We have the plans on the hook.
Sorry.
I gave everybody a copy of the plan.
so and in the application, I put, I stuck a resolution that the HIDA made,
Would you send us this electronically?
yes,
Okay, good.
the application and, so they're doing. Where the garage is now. Yeah. Second Street extension. Yeah. They're going 400 feet forward to the river. No, they're going 400 feet towards the dump. Oh, towards the dump. And 200 feet towards the river. Oh, approximately. Yeah. And so I guess what I would say is what you see now is the same thing you see if you, there's no change of use on that.
Can we ask, to give the city the property?
Yeah, well, I explained that, Rob Perry from DPW came forward and said, well, we don't really want to lose that land because A, it's got that garage on there that the police department uses, and B, that's where they dump, snow during winter snow removal. So that's the reason the city wants to keep that.
Okay.
Or acquire it.
So it's carved out.
Yeah, it's carved out, it's not being created as a separate lot, it's being merged with this land to the south that the city owns, the former Foster refrigeration plant, a 100 years ago, 50 years ago. There was a refrigeration plant right here, Foster refrigeration. So, yes, and you know, anybody who grew up in Hudson knows it, right? Yeah. And,
lot of contaminations.
yeah.
And that's why they built the dog park there, because you can't build on the property.
Yeah, you can't do anything there.
Can't do anything.
So it's, you know, and if you look at the secret form, it pops right up that there was some contamination at that site.
Yeah.
Back, way back.
Is part of A1 going into conservation?
Parcel A1 is being sold to Columbia Land Conservancy, so it
Never.
that's about as conserved as you can get. You know. And you know, they're not setting aside any acceptable development areas like they do.
Yeah.
I don't know what their plans are for it. Ask them anything.
So, if the board wants to take action tonight, you could classify it as a type 2 action under seeker, because no new lots are being created, it's shifting a line. So you could do a motion, classify as type 2.
Got it.
And we could do a motion to accept for sketch. Unlike the last project where the lots were gonna be developed. In this case, you know, one lot's gonna be conserved and the other lot's gonna continue to be used as it is. You could waive the requirement for things like a zoning table and then some of the other information.
Would you guys like to do that? How about, do we have to do a public hearing?
You still need a public hearing in the meeting.
Okay, good. So can I get a motion to? Oh, we already did that, establishing an escrow.
Is your second a user road?
North Second is. You know, I asked Rob Perry about that today too, and I believe it is, it's just always been there, and he believes it is too. I looked up on the DOT local road listings and they say North Second is a public street from Mill Street, a 10th of a mile, which takes you to back.
Should we be giving the fee to the conservation organization?
Is there a possibility to dedicate that road right away to the city?
I could ask them that.
Just for future, you know, so.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they use it now as Rob says they maintain it all the way up to the county property here. So just
50-foot wide right away, they've already got a right away on top of it.
yeah, that might, you know, the purchaser may have something to say about that. You know, I do a lot of work for scenic Hudson and, you know, land conservancies don't like as few easements as possible. Now, there's already existing easements on that road. There's like a book of.
Yeah, but it's a blemish on their conservation easement.
That'd be like an exception.
Yeah, yeah, so, I mean, this is something I would bring up with.
Something to ask.
Yeah, the Land Conservancy, who was the purchaser of this in the city of Hudson. Who's done acquire this here. And what would you say, Chris? Dedicate the need, you know, an easement or?
I would dedicate the right away to the city.
Now that's gonna cost you.
It's not gonna cost me.
Don't ask me, the city's gonna have to pay. I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
The user road, back in the day, user road. A lot of your local roads are what were called user roads. So the land under the road is actually owned by the individual, you know, that owns the property.
Right.
My parents, for example, in Nassau have a farm that's divided by 2 roads. They own the road. They've got what's called a right of way.
Yeah.
It's an easement. It gives the town's rights to egress and ingress over top of it. The problem with right of ways is ingress and egress only. It does not give towns the right to put utilities down them or power down them or anything like that. So right of way gives towns more power.
How about the easement or right of way with the utility companies that have on people's properties? Is that the same thing?
They used to do whatever they wanted back in the day.
Yeah, exactly, all those utility easements are like.
Yeah.
20s.
I had a neighbor, I built a house on my farm and parents' farm, and the utility wouldn't go in the road. The neighbor didn't want my house. I needed to extend the power lines. Utility wouldn't go in the road because it was a user road. They did not have anything on top of it, and the town, you know.
Because the only thing that was there back in the day was the city dump. And essentially they had a driveway taking going up to the city dump.
Yeah.
And then they closed it and capped it, but then they put in the MSIG button factory. And then they ran water, sewer, electric lines up there.
Yeah.
So would that change classification of that road?
No.
No. Could the city have made it a road? Like it says here on the map.
It's a right of way and it's a road that the city can use.
It says.
They just don't own the land underneath it.
It says North Second Street Extension, that's a road.
Yeah, that's a little big, I agree with you.
So, you know, does that North Second Street Extension only go to the garage?
Yeah,
Or
according to
does
the
it
New York.
go, or does it all go all the way up to the old button factory?
Well, you know, I do all these different towns, I do the planning boards and we go directly to the highway superintendent for their opinion on where the road ends. And Rob says they maintain it all the way to, you know, whatever this factory is at.
Yeah.
Company now.
Maintaining it and classifying it as a state little road.
And then, so the other piece of information is in a note on the map, New York State DOT local road listing. Says it's a public road from Mill Street, 0.10, which is 528 feet, which takes you up to, on here, it takes you about halfway up to this frontage here. So it's a public road. But as Chris said, this has always been a user road, the town. The adjacent landowner owns the property. Subject to the rights of the public, and I'm not so sure I agree with you that the rights of the public don't also include utilities.
It's a gray area.
Yeah.
It's a real gray area.
Right, so we could arm wrestle and I win today, you win tomorrow.
Yep.
Yeah. So,
I lost.
yeah, there you go, there you go.
So I think that's something that we should talk about. I'll talk to the IDA attorney as well. And see if they're-
Yeah, I think you know.
The IDA, yeah, it might.
Yeah.
Okay, so what kind of classification are we doing with this one?
Type 2
Okay, so we want to get a resolution to classify this as a type 2
action.
and on the secret. Could I get a first? Second.
Cemetery. Yeah.
You're gonna send that,
Actually, I think.
I didn't write it down, so it's gonna be a motion in a minute.
Okay,
I moved to move the second part of
And then a resolution to accept for sketch and waive all other requirements, all other subdivision requirements.
is that on, oh, this is different, this resolution number 2.
So I'll make a resolution, we accept the sketch and we all the requirements.
Well, these are two separate resolutions, right?
It's just motions.
Motions to put it, and who seconded?
Do we do a general vote on the?
No.
So I'll do it individually. Yeah. So,
So first motion,
First motion was, first by Susan, then second by Randall. Yes?
All in favor?
Type 2 action, classified as type 2 action in the sequence.
So the ayes have it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, now the next resolution is to waive the sketch.
to accept for sketch and
Accept
waive
the
public,
sketch.
and waive all the subdivision, all other subdivision requirements.
And the first was Randall, Susan was second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Now, do they have to go to the public hearing?
Yes.
Okay, so you wanna put them in for next month?
Yes.
Wanna put them in, yes, so we're going to, do I have to get a resolution?
Motion.
A motion, can I get a motion,
Open the public hearing for the August.
Thank you for helping.
I do have a question. When you're ready.
Go ahead.
I go to all these different towns and some of them require notification of the joiners by certified letter. Do you do that? Of the public, when there's a public hearing,
Yes.
a lot of the towns require the applicant, me, to send a letter to everybody that adjoins this property, notifying them of the public.
Linda, I think Linda takes care of it.
Oh,
She takes care of the, yeah, excellent. Linda?
That hasn't been practiced in Hudson.
No, I don't think so, but if it was, I think it was, but it was your, yeah. The board, when I first came on the board, they were doing that, but it was your responsibility, not us.
Well, I like, maybe the other way.
I also think that it's important to consider, posting something. Posting something on the lot so the public can see it, or posting it in the paper.
Well, is it important or is it required?
It's not a requirement in the zoning law.
Okay.
I mean, the planning board can ask for additional notice if they think it's necessary.
What is over there?
There's,
So who's gonna come? Terry?
yeah, no,
Okay.
and you know, this,
You have a tea party.
yeah, this is,
I don't, hello, guys, hello. So we're talking about whether or not we wanna make a requirement, but there's nothing over there. I mean, we can make it a requirement in places where it will affect people and we think people should know, but there's nothing here.
so if anybody shows up for a public hearing, the first thing I'm gonna tell them is that if you look at it now, and then if you look at it a year from now, after you approve this, you're not gonna see any difference.
So the pub's the other problem.
Hudson Industrial Development Agency, which is, you know, Mayor Johnson is the chairman of that, he's the mayor of Hudson, so it's.
Okay, so we have a motion to set the public hearing, for August the 13th. 8/13/2024. Who's a motion, who's second?
I first.
Who's second? Jean. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay. So you have a,
Yeah.
oh, did we establish escrow?
No, you did, 15. I'm gonna get.
Oh, yes, you did,
checks.
right. And you have to pay a fee of $100.
Yes.
Okay, so we got everything, application. Two separate checks.
Yeah, I'll figure out how to get those from the city.
to the city treasurer.
Yeah, I'm gonna let Mike Tucker, CDC.
Absolutely.
You just have to press something on your ledger.
Yes, yes, well,
Yeah,
Can you do it tonight?
yeah, we're just gonna go call him right now.
I mean, yeah, actually, the other thing is the common council could vote to waive the fee. I don't know if that's easy.
Yeah.
Or more complicated.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's just, I understand that
Can
it's
they
not
go to
planning.
waive the
board.
escrow?
ability to do that.
No,
They can, but then you got.
somebody else got to pay, right?
Yeah.
Just pay the fee, not the escrow.
Okay,
Because
Not a
the
problem.
credit board doesn't have the money.
as long as I don't have to pay, it's not a problem.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, have a good evening.
All right, have a good night.
Bye.
Take care.
Okay. Bingo, are you on?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
So
I
we,
forgot that we actually hold that. Wow.
yeah. Okay, so we have one more new business and then I'm here.
No, Walter's on.
Oh,
Yeah,
10 dash.
hi.
Hi, Walter.
I have the stamina for this if you do. I feel sorry for you guys. I'm sorry.
Okay, 1012 Warren Street. And Walter Chatham is here. Walter, you're the contact person, right?
Yes, that's right. I'm representing Ben Rinsler, who is the owner, who has the Whaler and the Mariner and some other hotels.
Okay, but I want to let you know, Walter, we, next month, we're going to be in a new software that this project is going to, be submitting to. We're gonna use this project, you know, right? And you'll hear it after, if you stay on after you present, then you'll hear all about it, okay?
Okay, perfect.
All right,
Sounds great.
okay, so, go ahead, tell me whatever you need to tell me.
Well, I think you all have seen the project, and so Christian sent me an initial review already. I guess given the lateness of the evening, rather than a long-winded presentation, I should ask you guys what you need. Do you want me to present it quickly? Do we want to discuss anything? What would help the planning board?
First, I want to discuss that, we need your application fee of $300.
Okay, done.
Okay, that has not been paid yet, and you
Okay,
know that too. And then we want to do a resolution requiring you to establish escrow for this project of 10-12 on Warren Street, okay?
okay,
Now, a couple of months ago, we did set minimums for the size of the project. So the minimum amount for this project we had set would be 15,000. Okay, that's minimum. So, could I get a motion to set escrow for 10-12 Warren Street? And the amount of $15,000?
Motion to establish.
Yeah,
Second.
who's second now?
I second.
Jenny. And Susan, you first? All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, so Walter, you'll be getting this resolution to establish escrow. And
Okay.
also, because, Chris has sent you a review already, so,
right.
and to pay your application fee. And I don't want to sound, I just want to say, please pay it because we won't be able to go any further, okay?
Well, we will take care of it immediately, not to worry. Thank you.
So now, did everybody take a look at this application? Do you have any? I'm gonna ask maybe the worst question, why a hotel? Why a hotel? Walter, why a hotel?
Well, I guess a very good reason is that the building has no use at the moment. It's got small rooms. It's in a really great location for a hotel near public transportation, the train station, the waterfront. Those would be my answers. It's not that large a hotel. Why not a hotel? I would reply, I guess.
Because Hudson is in dire need of housing. You know, so that's why I asked, why would you do it? You know, why a hotel and not apartments?
Well, I can honestly claim that I'm trying to do both. And, I've got my finger in both of those exercises at the moment. We were just discussing reducing the size of one residential project that provides good housing. So I don't know. I think my argument, and I'm not an expert, others know more about this than me, is there are good locations for housing, better locations. That's a nice location for a hotel because of the proximity to Front Street and some of the other things that are going on. down there, Ben Fane's development, which is going to bring a lot of activity to the area, probably some new housing, but also employment. Hotels employ people. People who stay in the hotels, this hotel won't have a restaurant. They're going to eat at all the places up and down Warren Street and hopefully go out and try some places up Green Street. So I don't know, it's bringing economic life to a frankly kind of moribund corner of the city that used to be the hub of economic activity.
You know, there are, yeah, okay, so, did we lose audio? I mean, video?
No.
No, it's still, I'm just looking at it. You wanna see, he's right here.
Okay.
I'm actually trying to call up his application.
We were just saying something.
Who, what was?
Yeah, he's looking.
Yeah, he was explaining, you know, answering my question.
No, he was saying something else and you said it.
Oh, no, I was asking if you wanted me to screen share, if that would help.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Let me allow you to skip here, give me a second there.
Okay, so hopefully, all right, that's Chris's letter. Let's see if I can.
Just say.
All right, so can everybody see that?
Yeah.
No,
Sorry.
Oh, I pressed share. Oh, no. Hold on. Sharing is not, it says the host is not allowing me to share.
I just allowed you to share.
Thank you. That's very gracious of you. Here, I'm going to share, and I'm going to share this first. Okay, how's that? Great. Good. All right. So you know, this is an aerial photograph. Pretty obvious where this is. This is Shiloh Baptist Church here. This is the property in question. There's one more double apartment building here, and then a site that I think the city is turning over maybe for housing here, and then Front Street. And here's a photograph of it looking down the street. Again, Shiloh here, the building in question here, and then the one remaining apartment there. So basically, the gist of the proposal is to take the back wings off the building that's there now and add a new addition at the back, put 5 parking spaces at the rear of that. And the proposal we're asking for is 27 hotel rooms and no restaurant.
A restaurant?
No restaurant.
No restaurant. Here's just some nice context photos. A photograph of the side of the building with Shiloh there in the lower right-hand corner. And, you know, our proposal would be to add on to that, but leave all of that brick and everything that you see intact. And, you know, the majority of the addition would be here at the rear. And Christian has pointed out some things that I didn't understand about the elevation. So we're probably going to rework it a little bit so we don't have to go to ZBA. I'm talking to the owner about that. But, you know, essentially we'd like to keep the proposal the same. That would eliminate the rooftop terrace and that little top floor that we had there, but keep the proposal for the 27 rooms intact. There'll be a nice courtyard facing the neighbor's house, so I don't think it's going to impact them badly. And, you know, again, I think this is a nice place to tuck in 27 paying hotel rooms.
Remember, I just want to remind the board, some of you were not here, but I think it's maybe you got the church and another house. The next house is an 8-room hotel. And then I want to remind you about the other hotels on Front Street, which is father and son, and then the other one is the Wick.
And just to be clear, this was the daycare.
Yes.
That's what I asked, it was Head Start.
Yeah, it was the
what I was asking.
yeah, the free daycare. When did they close? I didn't
know either, but.
And the building next to it, is it, you say it's an 8-room hotel?
Okay, not next to it, is, okay, coming from Front Street.
Yeah.
Okay, you got one apartment house on that corner, then you have the daycare.
Right,
Then you have Shiloh Baptist Church, then you have another apartment building.
but that's what the
Yes,
renovation.
right, now, the next building is an 8-bedroom, that used to be a house, it's an 8-bedroom hotel. We approved that, what, about a year or two ago. Okay, it's a little self-ran type of hotel where you.
Airbnb.
Yeah, actually, it's something like that, okay? So I just wanna remind you, give you an idea of the area.
Is Walter, are you doing any parking for this hotel?
5 spaces.
Five
he said,
spaces
Where?
In the back, they're gonna.
in the back.
Yeah, they're gonna be doing some renovation in the back, they're gonna
Victoria.
Here.
tear down. Where are you tearing down, Walter?
So, let me show you very quickly. Again, can you see my screen or do I have to change it? Can you see the new plan?
Yes.
Great. Okay. So, basically, Teresa, there are 2 wings at the back now. There's an original structure here, which somehow, maybe in the 1950s or 60s, was reinforced. It's all got concrete block walls inside, and it's, built very strongly. These 2 wings are, wonderful relics of the 19th century that you can push the brick over with your hand, and they don't have proper foundations. So the plan is to take these down and build basically a wing here, like an L-shaped wing around a little courtyard. And then we think that would be very nice because it would also, for the house next door, it would take the pressure of having those windows next to a house and give a garden next to the apartment building.
Do you have to go to historic preservation on this building, on this particular
So
application?
we applied to them and we were told that they wanted us to go through planning first.
Walter, did you figure out your elevation issues?
Yeah, I apologize. Something happened. We had a ramp in there at one point where there's now a lovely garden. So we're going to rework that. And also, your comments were very helpful. I think we're going to reshift the section, drop that top floor off, and I don't know, maybe rework this a little bit so there's a ramp down in an intermediate space. But we'll come back to you with a very plausible grading proposal. And we will get an engineer, obviously, we have to get one involved. Just a general comment, this is so helpful if we can get a design in front of you before committing to too much engineering and so forth, and get any issues that the board has, like if they think it's a terrible idea, out of the way. It's helpful for us to move forward rather than trying to get too technical before we have a kind of temperature reading, I guess.
Well,
So
one of the board, go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, please.
One of the board members have a question. Jenny?
I'm concerned with overbuilding with first of all, that there are multiple hotels in the area. Secondly, that you're overbuilding that site. And so that's my opinion, but
A motion for the executive session.
I don't understand that comment, because if you look at the other buildings up and down the block, we're very consistent with what there is. I mean, the last house admittedly is short, but we're, right there with Shiloh and the buildings past it. We've got a courtyard, we've got a little green space at the back and some parking. I mean, it's not a suburb. It was the 19th century epicenter of Hudson. It was so built up in the 19th century, you couldn't walk down the street. So I understand your point, but I disagree. I don't think it is. It's actually kind of a modest proposal. It's not big.
Is there a courtyard there between?
There is. Yeah, there's a nice courtyard.
And oh, right, I know, and across from you have the one family houses, the row houses, right?
Exactly, yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna slide back to the site plan.
Jenny, I do agree, we should look into that, to see if there's something out there that kind of limits them. Not a hotels coming into it. Third floor, right?
I mean, that's why I suggested going to executive session, but I'll just say on the record, it's. If the zoning law allows a use. It's on the applicant if they're making a bad business decision.
Oh, I get it.
So we can't take the competition or the number of other hotels into consideration. Unless it's really rising to the level of creating like a community-wide blight. Or we really have some emergency, but. If it's a permitted use and it meets the requirements and you don't find any significant impact, you can't. Really consider that it's a hotel. You consider it's a hotel for purposes of looking at impacts, not whether or not you like a hotel use.
So Walter, just to be clear, how is the footprint changing?
So, if you look, can you see the plan that's on the screen now next to?
Square footage, how is the footprint changing?
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. So I believe it's 2,400 square feet per floor now, and it would go to 3,600, so about a 1,200 foot, right, exactly 1,200 foot increase per floor. We're taking away 2 wings and replacing them with the roof thing with the diamonds that you see there, and then the roof terrace beyond that is a new building. So, it's about a 33% increase. And, for what it's worth, I think all the buildings are on Warren Street. And to try and illustrate my point, if you look at Shiloh, our building stops short of Shiloh. So in a way, we're in Shiloh's shadow. And yet we would not be blocking light for their windows because there's a light court there and our building tapers back. So, again, I don't know what to say about the density issue or overbuilding. Warren Street allows you to build 100% of the site. Rogerson's Hardware goes right up from the Warren Street to the alley. And so this is kind of an attempt to introduce a lot of light and air and make the site porous and keep it small. So I don't know.
Our responsibility as a board is to look at 2024 and beyond. And right now, the city is, doing a new master plan. And, things have been changing quite rapidly in the last decade. And so that's where I'm coming from, trying to fulfill my responsibility as a board member.
Well, I don't question that. And, I respect what the planning board members do and what you have to do. I'm here to represent the economic wing, the cultural wing, and the desire to get some light under the fire of Hudson's economic recovery. If we keep building single family homes and put all the businesses just on Warren Street, we're going to turn into a nice village. And I don't know, maybe that's good for some of the residents, but I don't think that's appropriate for the county seat.
So, just a reminder that right now, master planning is forward looking. But right now you will have to apply what is there now.
You can't look at what the comprehensive plan is.
But I'm saying from where we have been to where we are now has gone very rapidly.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm just saying that there's laws that are in the books now, and that's what you've got to base your decisions on,
Right.
not what the future might be.
I'm seeing what we have seen happen over the last 20 years.
Yeah.
To now.
Yeah.
Well, I would ask that, obviously, when we talked about this with other properties, we want a traffic study down there. Cause there is.
In a parking study, yeah.
Might change.
I'm not sure if they would need more, but I think so. Well, they got the municipal lot, the big one in the back.
No, it's small.
No, where they are on Front Street, if you go near the train station.
That's far, that's like 4 blocks, it's not far, that's 4 blocks, cause they also have they have their workers. The staff.
Oh, yeah, where they're gonna stage
and then they
there.
have the gas.
Tell them.
Yeah. I
construction.
mean, obviously, they can do a shuttle from the parking lot to the, you know, to the building.
Yeah,
That.
because the WIC used to do it at one time.
Yeah.
They used to have their little bus.
Well, they still do that, cause it's my neighbor that shuttles them, they have a 4x4 now, they have an
Okay.
SUV. That will take people to different places.
Not the
Right,
golf
because
cart.
they didn't
Not
have
the little
the
golf
the
carts.
amount of parking, but now I think they managed to get all they need.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
So if I'm just gonna pick up on Jenny's, if I could, Jenny's excellent comment about planning, and I understand what was said about it not being a consideration here, but you know, I'm a certified planner and I've spent my life studying how cities work and how the economies and the buildings interact in making a successful environment. And you know, if you want to organize your city, put your hotels where your train station is. Put your restaurants in your hotel and your tourist facilities where the train station is, where the parking for the train station is. Go to Italy. That's what they do. So, I mean, I agree with Jenny actually that we should be looking at future planning, but I'm going to contend that future planning would say put your hotel here. Don't put it further away from the train station where you do have to have a car.
We have.
How many hotels do we
need?
Well, so, but again, let's just focus on,
Yes.
it's just not, I understand that,
The
I totally
passion.
understand the question, it's just. Unfortunately, for better or for worse, it's not something the planning board has control over.
Did he do the checklist? Yeah.
Yes, I believe you submitted the checklist, didn't you, Walter?
I think so, but I got to check because I haven't sent you everything back that you asked for. So I think we did.
I think I gave it to him, I don't know if he's filled it out.
Okay, so we can, you know.
So Jenny did say that as a board, we should. I mean, how would we go about, you know,
I mean, if you
Making
want, if you're asking
changes.
for a zoning change, the board can certainly make a
right,
recommendation
and I
to
think
the
that's
city of
what
Hudson.
that's, yeah.
You know, either limiting the districts where hotels are allowed, or, I mean, the city of Hudson can change the zoning.
Okay, ask the question that you had asked me now about a resolution on a moratorium on,
So what I think this board should consider,
yes.
and even if it just is a discussion, I think we have to begin a dialogue with considering a moratorium on new projects until the master plan is completed. To let existing projects continue through the process, but to really try to be thoughtful as a city, not just the planning board, but the city is updating. And we have had such rapid growth that I don't think it's serving the city.
No, you're right.
And I'm trying to be a responsible planning board member.
And remember, there are projects that we've approved that are not built yet. Like, there's a hotel, that was approved maybe 2 years ago on the corner of Union and Seventh, where the old nursing home was. That's supposed to be a 57-room hotel, okay? And we approved that, but they haven't come to build, so I don't know if it expired or what. But these are things that we've approved that maybe you don't know about, that hasn't even been built. And I totally agree with that, so how do we go forward with?
I mean, with
this-
that
yeah.
recommendation, you would, I mean, you could do it tonight, or someone could put together a letter outlining the reasons, and you would vote to recommend, to make that recommendation and send it to the common council.
Okay,
And then they would consider it, or not, but at least that's how you go about it.
Okay, so Jenny, you have some, if anyone has recommendations, can we all just submit them in
I
email?
mean, if
Can
you
we
want.
not look at it before it's submitted for the next
Oh,
meeting?
So I'm so sorry, but I think you guys are making such a basic mistake in trying to figure out how to make uses work that you want in an area where the real estate is moribund. I mean, I'm so sorry, this building is vacant. Nobody bought it until somebody bought it at auction from the city. I just think this is wrong-headed, and I want to tell you that publicly. This is not the way to make the city grow. This is not an enormous project. This is not a bomb going off on Warren Street. I'm so sorry. You're going to inadvertently make the economics of the city worse than they already are. And I am a taxpayer. I've lived here for almost 10 years and I know what the tax burden is. I'm sure others have an equal tax burden. And please, please, please think about us too. Thank you.
You wanting to grow the city. People come here because of Hudson's charm and Hudson's agricultural community. And you're talking about growing the city, which has been happening at a very rapid level. And we're losing all the reasons why people came here. It's changing rapidly. And I disagree with you on that point because I don't, we could have a difference of opinion, agree to disagree, but Hudson, people love it because it's a small city. We don't want to grow our city. I mean, I've seen that happen to cities all over the Eastern Seaboard, all over the world, I mean, do we want to have a population keep growing and growing? I mean, so these are academic questions and it's not my job as a board member, but I think it's our responsibility to consider and have a dialogue about it as a board.
I think the planning board's job is so to manage growth, and to manage growth responsibly means not to stop it, but to shepherd it. And so I think the disagreement here, Jenny, honestly, and it's an honest disagreement, is that you have a vision that doesn't take into account that people have to borrow money from banks, pay it back. Economic cycles come and go. I mean, this is not an easy thing to do. And if you want jobs and you say we don't want growth, the city lost 6,000 people in 50 years. I don't understand. People have to live somewhere. I build houses. That's what I do for a living. So we're just going to disagree about this, but I don't think this project is a place to draw a line in the sand. It's a modest little project on a sad lot that's next to a beautiful church, and this will honor the lot and be an addition to Hudson that will create some jobs and make a little activity. And that's all. It's not a sinister plot to wreck this beautiful town that you hold dear. I hold it dear too. I have just as much right to this town as you do.
I think just in my opinion, I mean, the city has held more people than it has now. The city has had 10,000 residents, back in the day. It is up for us to decide, what it is. I think that's what I asked about the checklist. I'd like to see a little bit more about the project before, we put it into discussion, both philosophically and specifically, on the merits of how it fits into the neighborhood. But I think it's kind of too early to tell that about.
And I so much agree with you, Randall, too. And as a board member, I do believe that when individuals, applicants come here, we have an obligation to them to be as objective as we possibly can be. And a lot of times we need to allow them, we need to go through the process and allow them to provide us with the details of their project and information and hold back some of these other thoughts before we have the whole details and gather all the knowledge. So that's how I see it. And I'm feeling there's a little bias here tonight.
Well, just to be clear, Ginny had brought this to me months ago, about what are we doing here? She was the first one to even ask about the comprehensive plan when she came on the board, which was the first of this year. And then I asked about it, and then all of a sudden it started to happen. And I also asked, well, why isn't one member of the planning board part of it, which we are now? So this is, this is not something based just on this one project. To be fair to her, she's looking at everything that's coming up and the type of projects that's coming up, not just this one. I know it came out tonight on his project, but it's really the whole scope of everything that's coming into Hudson that is a 2.5 mile radius, So I just believe
And I
that it's
hear
a
you,
discussion.
Dr. Young, and I appreciate what you're saying. I was not gonna bring it up.
No, she
The
wasn't.
chairman asked me to bring it up.
Right.
She brought it up when she first came on the board, and tonight I just felt it was time for her to speak, because no question The question that's, the wrong question is the one that's not asked. And I don't want a board where people feel they don't have the right to say anything. Even though we have our attorney telling us, okay, you know, this is not our scope, but
And
it's
I
a
agree,
conversation.
but when we start out asking an applicant why they're doing something in particular, we're already showing that we're subjective and we're not objective with where we're going. So I think we also have to be very careful as a board.
But it is something that is a suggestion, a question could also be a suggestion. Okay, so, you know, we have the right to do that as a board, and I don't want anyone to feel that they don't, okay? So it is a discussion that I think we should have, and like you said, if you feel the same way, you can always write your comments and we can form something and send it to common council if we really feel strong about that. All right? And that goes through. Walter, it's not just your project, so I want you to understand that, okay?
I do, and I think these are good discussions, important discussions. I wish that the planning board was able to grab zoning by the horns, so to speak. I think it would be tremendously important to do that. You know, we were unable to get any movement on zoning when I was on the planning board. And look, I think we all want the same thing. We might not agree about how to go about it, but I don't think anybody here doesn't want to have a quality city and great housing opportunities. I mean, those of us who have kids and are trying to help them get housing know how awful things are in America. And I have just decided to become a cranky old guy and build as many housing units as I can before I die. And hopefully it'll be a long time and you guys are going to have to put up with me for a while.
And even though this discussion did happen tonight, it's not going to stop us from going forward on your project. You know, but this is a separate, we are also going to address because there are going to be other projects. You know.
But it is, let me say this, Teresa, since you've been so nice and it's so late, I'll stop after this, but it would be important if the planning board is going to kill a project or modify it before everybody gets a lot of engineering and stuff going. You know, one would want to know that, but again, as Victoria says, most people have bought a piece of property and done all their research based on what's allowable and come to you looking for some guidance, but not necessarily having the rug pulled out from under us. So that's my speech.
I don't think we'll ever get permission to kill projects, maybe to take a better look at what's coming, guidance, but I don't think I was going to say, no, we don't want any more building. So if that was said and or if something was said that it was understood that way, I don't think that's the understanding that was intended. It was just to let's just take a look at what's coming into Hudson. Let's figure out, do we need, and I'm not talking about your project, but do we need 5 hotels in a 4-block or 2-block area? Do we need this, you know, just a direction in which way the 2.5-mile Hudson is going? That's it. And
one final point. I was involved in that hotel at 7th and Union from the very beginning, and you stated it very well. They got planning permission 2 years ago and they haven't done anything. And the problem is you get the projects that are done and the projects that are not done. So if we focus on what has actually been done, maybe the end of the world is not yet nigh.
Yeah, we did ask, that was a question too that we asked. Is there an expiration date on an approval? We were looking at that at one time.
Yeah, we were.
Yeah, it was just, these are things we're looking at, like, that was approved maybe 2 years ago and nothing has been done. Is there an expiration date on that approval? Should we start looking at things like that? Trust me, this, what Jimmy brought up is something that we will look at in detail. As a matter of fact, maybe can I get a committee?
Sure. I mean, I don't think anybody's ever accused the planning board of being hasty. I think we're.
Definitely not.
I think we're deliberate and intentional about what we're doing. So, I mean, and I think that's what we're gonna continue to be.
And Walter, I can only speak for myself. My biggest issue with what you're proposing, and I'm just one member, is the increase in square footage. The increase in the footprint.
It's 72, it would be 70, it's right now 7,200 square feet, and it would be 10,800 square feet approximately.
So that's my biggest comments.
3,000 square feet, really? I mean, that's a house. That's a 3-bedroom house. 3,000 square feet. I mean, think about it. What is
You're
that?
an architect and you look at scale and volume and, you know, different qualities, and I think it has an impact. So that's,
Okay.
you asked us a question and I'm trying to address it. I'm
Okay,
just a member of the board.
all right, to be
Okay.
continued.
Thank you, Walter.
Okay,
Thank you.
okay, don't forget your application fee, and we've established escrow that you'll get. And the other subject, we will, try and get commit, we'll let Walter go.
Okay.
What else? Wait a minute, what else do we have to do?
Have a
Do we have
nice.
to, dedicate it as a sequel or something?
I mean, I think tonight, we just wanted him to come back with the.
Yeah, the application, yeah. And the application fee and the escrow. Well, we'll get that with this.
Right, and I'll check to make sure we did put the project data sheet in. If you guys don't have it, that means we probably didn't do it.
Okay, first thing you should do is your escrow and your application fee.
Okay, done.
Okay.
Thank you, everybody. Good night. Good discussion.
Oh, wait a minute. Is there any questions from anybody else? Are we finished? Okay, good. Enough. Thank you, Walter. Okay, just 1 minute before, can I get a committee for that?
Yeah, I'd like to.
Okay, you, cause, yeah. Okay, okay, I'll
Okay.
myself,
Great.
so there'll be the 3 of us.
Yeah, I think what you said.
The 3 of us, yeah, it's valid, so we gotta.
And I seek our consultants' guidance in the wording and the relevancy. I want to keep it relevant, you know, I want to address this in a constructive way. I don't need to get up on a soapbox.
Your constructive way is getting a zoning change.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Without a zoning change, you really don't have a leg to stand on
Okay.
as far as what you can and can't do. You've got a zoning law that says with a piece of property, you can do X, Y, and Z. And, you know, that includes the square footage, and there is no requirement for green space on this lot. So that's not something you as a board can consider. They're following the zoning
Right,
code to a T.
right.
So what do
So
we,
how can we, this is a question that doesn't have to be answered now, but I'm asking both of our consultants. How can we as a board be in, like, what would be a first step to take that could be productive? Moving
meaning
forward
on what,
on.
or what type of
zoning,
projects?
Or how we would, like, what to address first, which would be. Could go through, move.
I mean, it's a big discussion because there are a lot of things in play.
I know.
I don't know if the Common Council has any active zoning rewrite committees or anyone looking at any aspect of the zoning at this point. But, you know, you could talk to your council members, they could form an ad hoc committee to start reviewing zoning changes for the whole code. Or if there's one particular issue we want to start by identifying, the planning board can say, this is what we want. And you could start sending recommendations to the Common Council as well.
So why don't we as a
But-
committee?
I was gonna say, it's. The planning board, I mean, if you wanted to spend 100 hours and sit and review the code and send the Common Council your thoughts, you could do that, but it would be unsolicited.
Sorry.
And-
I'm sorry, I sort of got what you were saying. Sorry.
No, I'm saying, I don't want you to like sit and do a whole zoning review
And
and.
could we address like one issue at a time as
Yeah,
it
you
arises?
do one issue at a time.
So as a committee, we can just get together and agree to the one issue that we wanna go after that's the most important.
But a lot of this, you know, the Common Council does have policy. They're more, we're not making policy, we're
No.
making individual decisions on specific properties.
And we're asking for changes in certain, and maybe when we get together,
Yeah,
we address the one issue that we wanna go after. You know, instead of the whole thing, we don't wanna. Cause I think you're talking about more or less,
An awareness.
yeah,
And
of what
appreciation.
is, you know. Yeah, so we'll talk about it, and then after we talk about it, then we'll present it. we'll ask for your help in what code addresses this issue. Okay. In other words, we'll get together and then we'll ask the attorneys as to what, based on what we want, we'll ask them what code, part of the code this address, right?
Yep, and what you need to change and ask for changes in the.
Right, what we will, that would be helpful for us to better do our job.
Yeah.
But be aware that the board, the common council might say, nope, this is what we intended, that's what we want, you've gotta follow it.
Right.
Okay, and we'll be ready for that.
And then we
Yeah.
can come at it another way.
Well, that's,
You can try.
I mean, a different, a different tactic.
Okay, all right, we gotta move on.
Anyway.
We'll get together.
You work full time.
Okay, so now we have, okay, is everybody here to stay for, we got our presentation and, Lou?
Yeah, we can keep.
Thank you, come on.
Brief, it's super
Do you need
late,
us?
so,
Because I get about this much rain less, this much.
totally understand. Me too.
I'm so sorry.
well, this is exciting, David.
I've got protein shakes, I've got water. That's my dinner tonight.
They all need to move.
A couple of things we can change. Cause we're.
Let's get our attention, so we can wrap this up.
And.
You wanna, you share,
I'll
share.
And if we're gonna go later, we need to order pizza.
I know, okay.
This is my dinner.
No.
Okay, so, the attorney and the consultant, you leave it too. The attorney and the consultant gotta leave, it's
I
10:30.
mean, just so you know, Christian and I met with them earlier today, we had questions about, ownership of documents, how the city's gonna maintain its
Good.
own file.
And we're gonna review it in more depth this week.
Okay, thank you,
Yeah,
guys.
this is another reason why we keep this pretty brief right now, just to introduce the concept, and then we'll go over like the specifics of the plan. Things.
Look, thank you for staying, Bettina, Dr. Young, if you can stay.
I'm aware of that. Thank you
Okay.
so very much. You
So-
told me that repeatedly.
No.
I'm intelligent.
Lou, thank you for saying. Now, Lou is part of what, a new software that we hope to be online in August. Okay, this is gonna stop a lot of this.
Right.
Everything's gonna be submitted online, it's going to, well, go ahead and tell us.
Yeah, so it's a portal for accepting applications online, getting updates to site plans and reports, keeping everything organized, allowing.
Thank you, Victoria. Bye. Good night.
Thank you, Chris, thank you, Victoria.
As a board member or a staff member, you can follow individual projects. I'll just sort of very quickly from the top level, each, the planning board's got its own home here, with its meeting schedule, list of members, list of active projects. We imported the current projects in review. Got a couple demo projects that we, made some changes on the Shellfish group. So if I jump into, why don't I go to the applying path first? So creating a new project, there's a name, I'm just gonna call this, Lou Test July 9th project. And I'm just gonna mark it as a demo. A brief project description. This is a quick demo. And then they select what type of application it is, a site plan, a lot line adjustment, subdivision, there can be multiple things, it could be a site plan with a lot line adjustment. I'll just stick with the site plan now and keep it kind of short. Some heads up that escrow will be involved in citing the municipal code around that. Then a draft project is created. The applicant is showing a message here. They've also been sent an email with a link to their draft project. All the text you see here, all the questions are all fully configurable, customizable. So we've got some sort of some intro text here. I'm logged in as an admin, so I could
sort of just jump over briefly and show you what the builder review looks like. And it means it can be anyone who's going to be involved in the process of grooming the application flow and the language in here. It's not just community collab staff, it's members of the local board or who want to be involved at that level. So the application is split up into different sections here. Each one of these little blocks is editable. You can change the text in just like, you know, Google Docs style, Word style text editor. And I'm gonna jump back to the application we have in progress. This is again what the applicant sees. So continuing through, who is the applicant? So the typical stuff in the form. We took the existing questions that are being asked and we laid them out here.
So it's a quick question, like, is that just an autofill?
Oh, so that's things which are just stored in my browser.
Right, but I'm just saying, for the purpose, if someone comes in and their browser, like I have all my information, the information, my company name, my phone, so it would autofill for them.
Yes, all the
That's
stuff
what I
you've entered into fields in the past, you know. That it recognizes, oh, it's looking for an email address here, well, do you want to use the?
Right, so it'll aid them in being able to more quickly fill things out.
Yes, yeah.
And how does that work with multiple projects with the same person?
Oh, no, that's very convenient for them, because they can access, there's this, my account view. And mine's gonna look super busy because it actually, if you have multiple municipalities, that you have projects in front of, which some of the engineering companies do, they can see their projects across all the different municipalities they're working with. There's different
Is that
boards.
only if they're using your platform?
That's if they're, the other municipalities are. And I guess the ones you see mentioned here are ones which we're working with in some stage of the process. So you could jump to projects in other places. Why don't I go back to the demo project here. So different sections here, professional representatives, are there other professional service providers involved? So you can enter those service providers if you want. Again, I'm just sort of auto completing my browser.
You put this in real layman's terms too, for like, I mean, you saw the different array of applicants that we have, like, they're just folks like me, like a homeowner. Just shows up and might not understand some of the lexicon that you're using.
Yeah, so in this case, in this particular question, if you thought that what we were concerned about and not understanding it, you could jump over and add, why don't we add an info box above this? Which says, you know, is anyone helping me with this project?
And I didn't mean for you guys.
Oh, yeah.
Now,
Quick
we're just curious.
live demo here, you know, if you're working with, here, I'll just keep it very short, if you're working with someone. I'll just leave it there. So now, jumping back over, so we can intersperse these little blocks of help text throughout things. We also have the ability to, if someone answers a question one way, you can present a follow-up question. So in this case, are you working with a service provider? The answer is no. Yeah, I've already answered yes, and then entered confirm. So hang on just a second. I'm just gonna clear that out, put it back to no. It's very streamlined. There's no additional, they don't have to figure out which fields to skip over. The fields just disappear depending on your answer. Another good example of this would be, I'm gonna jump down to floodplains and wetlands. So there's a top level question here. Again, this is all configurable. But are there floodplains or wetlands within your parcel? And if they answer, of course, there's the EAF mapper and C, which can guide these things. But if the applicant answers yes, then they're asked are there federal ones or are there state ones? And if they answer yes to one of those questions, then they're asked to enter the ID of the federal wetlands if they know it. There's also, we can provide the option of like not sure. Like, so if we can ask questions and give the applicant make it feel required to answer in some way, we'll give them a not sure answer so that they have the ability to provide a response. And then when that application is reviewed, we'll see that, that question wasn't sufficiently responded to, not sure is not a good outcome, we need a yes or no. So I'm just gonna, complete this section quickly. Why don't I jump to, for the sake of time, jump to a project that's already in review? Or I can quickly buzz through this. So project location, some projects don't have a street address, like that North Street extension lot line revision, there's no street address there. But if it's got a street address, that will be the right thing to put in this here. Parcel numbers do need to be looked up using the Columbia County Parcel Viewer. In the future, we will integrate this map directly into the software. The user will be able to just scroll over to the location, click on the lot, or enter the street address to find it that way. For now, why don't I just manually key it in here, and then details about the parcel, the size of the parcel. So let's say it's a half an acre. The current application does ask about parcel width and length. So those questions are here, say 50 by 150, and then square footage. It would seem like it was easy math, but they're never actually a rectangle. So I'll just put a number in there. And then zoning districts, there's an easy link to the zoning map. Oh, just slowly loading here. Wait for it, the Walls Human zoning map, as well as a link to Eco 360's zoning section. So you can pick out, one or more zoning districts that the parcel resides within. Every parcel has a clean, bridge to require here. We are all aware of this. Continuing on, property ownership. So this is about verifying that the applicant is authorized to present this application to the board. So if we say that I'm the owner of the property, are one of the owners involved? Yes, then this section is completed. But if we answer no, then a property owner authorization form is required. This is just a standalone version of what's currently in the paper application, requiring that the property owner sign off on the application. Then that will get uploaded down here. I'll upload something just as a placeholder, something kind of small. So that's what a file upload looks like. And jumping over to the site plan. The project description here. Municipal code can be used as a reference on specific fields that are specific questions that are asked of applicants. And the applicant can click through to Eco 360. Trying to make this go really fast without being too dreadfully boring at the same time. And then, so I'll upload the site plan here. The applicant had a presentation. Again, this sequence of fields is something that we're going to work through with the consultant and the attorney, and Teresa and Randall and anyone else who wants to be involved in this. Yeah.
Luke, would you be able to, once you get it all up and running, just before we launch it, give the planning board, can we get together and have a training session?
Yeah.
Because each one of us is gonna have to have an ID to get in.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think that could be better on another day, just for this, a training session.
You could do a Zoom.
Right. Yeah, Zoom training session, you all have your IDs,
Understood.
and then you'll be able to look at it.
But one of the powerful things I would say, just before we go on. One of the things that we experienced tonight, and you had to call Linda and say, well, when did this document come in?
Exactly.
That will be, we'll be able to track documents and when they came in and know that the applicant seen them. And responded to them, so that's gonna streamline a lot of that process for us.
And speed it, keep a record of everything.
Right.
That we can go back, like I was telling you about hotels that, things, projects that have been approved but not. Worked on, I mean, it'll be all there for at least 7 years, right?
Yeah.
And we can do it right at that, that's, oh yeah, this went on.
Here's an example of a project that's been submitted. And has had a series of changes over time. So if I jump over to, proposed site plan.
Can I ask a question? After 7 years, where does it go?
Oh, then it gets stored.
Somewhere?
Yeah, I mean, there's options about that, in the long run. The,
They just archive it someplace?
Yes,
Someplace
yeah.
we have.
Just wondering where, okay.
Did we do about backups?
yeah, in fact, we just got the FTP server to store backups on.
Excellent.
So that's in the works now, yeah.
What's the timeline of when you guys hope to launch?
August, next month.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Is there a communication plan? Cause I know that the application for the planning board shows up in different places on the city website. And I feel like you wanna.
They're gonna tell them how you're gonna.
Yeah, so I think what we'll do is we'll take the old application off the city website and put a link to the portal here to the application page. Like a new pathway in.
Okay, I didn't know how all that works, cause it
And
seems
they're
like
also-
everybody has their own pages.
They're also gonna notify all the applicants we are currently working with. I've been sending them everything.
Okay.
And everything on the applicants,
Okay.
everything that I've received,
So we can.
right,
move
like
along.
some
How
of
far
you-
back will it go?
we went back to the year.
We're importing all the projects that are currently in review.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right, so they'll be up to date, but once we launch, we're gonna move them all to the website to submit their.
Will we have the opportunity to archive, like going back, we're gonna have imported all this year. But so, periodically be able to archive and import some of the older, like, we will do 2021,
We certainly,
2020.
yeah, we certainly could. We wanted to do this in phases.
Absolutely.
First by taking the current projects and support the workflows and the updates on that. But importing the legacy, this is something that's very useful to code enforcement over time as well. So there's value in digitizing all that, making it easily accessible in a common format.
And you'll have access as long as you're a member. We were thinking about just doing the city email address. Because once you leave the board, or whatever committee you're on, well, I did notice that there are committees that don't have city email addresses, like the common council, some of them just have their own email address.
That's.
Because the board of supervisors.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think they only have their own address. Anyway, because when you leave this board, your email address will be taken away, so you won't have access to it.
Right.
We have set some people up with email addresses in here, with accounts in here.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Because we're all there on the webpage, all of our addresses are there, but on Randall, use the T Randall, not the Martin Services.
Okay, yeah, I'll just swap that one out.
Yeah,
But, yeah, logging in your email address is super easy. Maybe we should wrap it up there for now, just to not run too long.
Right.
I mean,
for time's sake,
all day.
because we're gonna have a training session,
Yes.
okay? We will have a training session, so we'll go through this even more in detail. Yes, Susan, got any more questions?
I don't, thank you for your permission.
Dr. Young, I got questions, okay. All right, Lou, we thank you for staying, but we will, so we gotta get some dates for training session.
Yes, yeah,
Where we all on Zoom, have our computers ready to go into the site and actually, let's just work on an application.
yeah, and roughly, I would say the week after next.
Yeah,
Yeah.
We'll get a date.
I'll.
Oh, so you want me to do a date now?
Week after next.
We got the next, okay, let's do a date now.
I'm not here at the end of July, I'm on vacation.
Okay, so let's get a date now. When we're all
I
available.
know, I'm not picking up the phone or anything.
Okay, so when are you leaving, Dr. Young?
I'm leaving on the 27th, I'm not coming back to the first week of August.
Okay, so the week after next is, from the 22nd to the 26th.
Daytime, nighttime.
You're talking about July, I'm sorry.
Yeah, July. Any day, the 22nd, 23rd, 24th, 25th, or 26th. What day is good for you?
I'm flexible.
Yeah, and I'm flexible, so.
And the only thing that I can say is that I work at least until 2:30, 3 o'clock, Monday through Thursday. So if we want to do something in the evening by Zoom, I'm available. If we want to do something in the morning, then I possibly might have Friday free. I'm on call at my other job if they need to do a Zoom with me.
Okay, so what days do?
Would 3:30 work, or is that too early?
What are we talking?
What time?
Like a 3:30? Or do you want later?
No, I could be that, I could be, working
doing
in
a
East
training.
Durham, so yeah, I could be home by then.
Doing July 22nd, 23rd, 24th, 25th, and 26th. A training with the software.
Oh, the 22nd, is there a holiday around then?
No, why would, no.
I don't know, I'm coming back from.
It's July,
I'm
no
in the
holidays in
reunion
July.
on 20.
Yeah.
Except for July 4th.
You already have a holiday.
So what's a good day?
23rd, and Tuesdays are not good for me.
Okay.
Isn't good for me that week.
How about
Thursday?
Thursday at like 4? Would that work for folks?
How much time would you need with us? You need for the training?
Yeah.
2 hours,
Yeah,
at least 2 hours,
yeah.
okay,
Yeah.
at least. Cause it's a program that we know nothing about, we're gonna be there actually on that program, looking at things, so we can know what we're doing when
Well, I want to.
Huh?
That's what.
Yeah, you don't have to come.
We know, you know, already.
Yeah, you don't have to come, don't look at your calendar.
This counts as 2 hours of training though, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, does that count as like 2 hours? Does it?
Yes,
So we have an hour and a half and then 2 hours.
that's
so-
3.5 hours.
That's it.
So
No,
is that a 4?
4
That's not
hours.
a 4, so we still.
Well,
need-
let's do 2.5 hours and we'll have 4 hours.
Exactly, that's 2.5 hours.
Does it have to be able to get our
No.
access? Yeah,
Exactly, just a lot, yeah.
We can't count that as that?
We can count this as training.
Yeah,
Okay.
2.5, but I need to get to the store, I need to buy something.
Can we do,
Before 11 o'clock.
start at 3:30 then, so we can end at 6?
We got bills.
I'm fine, I mean, I should be home by that time, I've got 30 minutes to get to from East Durham.
What,
You could have the phone call.
what day we talking about?
Yeah,
What day are
the
we talking
25th.
about?
The 25th.
Yes, Thursday, the 25th.
25th at what time?
3:30,
6.
3:30.
Yeah.
The 25th.
We'll need to have a break in that.
Yeah.
3:30 PM?
Yeah.
Okay, and that'll be our training for the new software, I'll send you reminders and everything, Lou, you'll send out the email,
Yes. Yep.
okay?
Okay, and how much, am I putting down a 2-hour time or 2 and
You
a
know
half?
what I, you know, no, you know, yeah, you know what I wanna say, yeah. You know, because I'm telling, if it goes past 2 hours, let's say 2, but if it goes past 2 hours.
have your
it's
time.
Because we had the training with, her, was only supposed to
It
be
was
1
an hour and
hour.
a half, wasn't it?
Yeah, but it was only supposed to be 1 hour, but it went to an hour and a half, so we have an hour and a half. And if this goes past 2 hours, it's 2 hours and a half, okay? So we won't get tied up on that tonight. All right, so 3:30. Yes,
I
Jesus
did it
already got his
myself.
training. All right, thank you so much.
No, thank
Okay,
you.
so we wanna move on to bills?
Oh my
James?
gosh, I thought we were
No,
done.
we're not finished bills. We have, okay, okay,
I second that.
okay. All in favor?
I'm like, aye.
Okay, wait a minute. We wanna approve, you all got the minutes from, May 14th. We made a edit on them, just for the comments and stuff, just to make the cohesive.
Yeah.
Okay, approved. Forget about the pro. Okay, that's it. Yeah.
I make a motion to, adjourn meeting.
Because we're adjourned. What time is this?
And I might even give you the.
My dog is still out.
Your dogs are outside. It was sort of humid today.
No, this evening.
Thank
you very much. All right, thank you.
Okay, Lou, Franklin, don't forget, that's when you'll have our full attention.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Well, I'm looking forward and.
everything,
this is great.
it really lasted a long time tonight. We haven't been this long in a long time. No, we haven't now, yeah,
And then she always looks at me, you know, you can go. She went, and I was like, yeah, I know I can go.
You'll see.
I'm almost a hop, skip and jump with you going.
It's called reverse, no, it's called reverse, it's what you taught me, reverse psychology. I tell you to go, see that?
You're not playing it on me, because one day I'm gonna say.